Sometime around the year 1540, a ship full of Norwegian sailors made the dangerous voyage to Iceland, a frozen island in the middle of the North Atlantic. It was a notoriously dangerous voyage, and when they saw dark storm clouds begin to brew on the horizon, they knew they were in trouble. Their boat was lashed by wind and rain and tossed around like a cork on the towering waves. The storm went on for days, blowing them far off their course with no idea where they were heading. Finally, when all seemed lost, the storm lessened a little, and they sighted land in the distance. They managed to beach their boats through the rough waters in a small cove choked with ice, and there they waited for the remainder of the storm to blow over. They didn't know it then, but the storm had blown them right across the Atlantic Ocean, and the coast they now sheltered on was in Greenland, a bleak and icy waste on the north of the American continent. In these days, Greenland was an icy tundra where no sensible European would ever think to venture. But as the men waited for the storm to die down, they spotted something not far from their boat. It was a man, face down, dead in the snow. They saw his clothes made from seal skins and the fur in his hood, and they thought that he must be an Inuit, one of the indigenous inhabitants of Greenland. But as they approached, something didn't look right. They turned the man over and saw with surprise that he had red hair and pale skin. He was a Norseman, just like them, but he was dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter.
On his head was a hood, well made, and otherwise clothes of frieze cloth and of sealskin. Near him was a sheath knife, bent and much worn and eaten away.
They thought he must have wandered through the wilderness in these clothes to the coast, perhaps trying to find a ship to carry him away. And then he died right there on the beach, all alone at the edge of the world. Moved by the sight of this man, the sailors took his knife. When the weather cleared and they set sail back to Iceland, they took the knife with them. They must have rolled it around in their hands and wondered to themselves, who was this Norseman so far from home? Why was he dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter? And in this bleak and uninhabited waste, where in all the world had he come from? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Every episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at one of the most unlikely tales of a society's fall, the incredible saga of the Vikings of Greenland. I want to show how these European settlers built a society on the farthest edge of their world and survived for centuries among some of the harshest conditions ever faced by man. I want to explore how this civilization was able to overcome the odds for so long, and to examine the evidence about what happened to cause its final and mysterious collapse. If I were to ask you, who was the first European to discover North America, you might think of Christopher Columbus landing on the sandy shores of the Bahamas at the end of the 15th century. But actually, Columbus was far from the first. In fact, Europeans had made routine journeys to America for more than 5 centuries before Columbus was even born, and their story begins over 1,000 years ago in the 10th century. The people who made this dangerous journey were Norsemen, otherwise known in the Middle Ages as Vikings. They were sailors, soldiers and settlers from Norway and Denmark, who had a terrifying reputation in all the lands they encountered. They were known as raiders and pirates to their enemies, but they were also expert sailors and shipbuilders, marvelous writers of epic poetry, and perhaps some of the hardiest explorers in human history. And half a millennium before Columbus, the Vikings crossed the ocean and landed on the icy coast of Greenland. They built a permanent settlement there, and the Norse of Greenland didn't just survive in this far-flung outpost. They built manor houses and hundreds of farms where they grew crops, imported steel, wine, and stained glass. They raised sheep, cattle, and goats. And they made voyages to explore the North American mainland too, making forays into Newfoundland and the coast of Canada. They fought with Native American tribes and returned with furs, ivory, and hardwoods cut from the American forests. In Greenland, they hunted walrus and even captured live polar bears to send back home to Norway. In this impossible landscape, they grew and thrived. And then, after centuries of survival at the edge of the world, their civilization collapsed. The Norse settlements in Greenland were abandoned, left to crumble into the hard, icy earth. And exactly what happened is still one of our most chilling mysteries. Our two main sources of information about the Greenland Norse are two of the great Icelandic sagas. These are pieces of epic poetry, passed on by word of mouth, that relate the great deeds of Viking heroes and adventurers. They were designed to be spoken out in mead halls for celebration and feasts. This extract of a piece of Viking poetry called the Hofudlausen should give you a sense of the sound and form of these great poems.
Westrfurg of Weir, west over the sea I have fared, and the mine shore I bear of Vidrir across the sea, so that it might recall great deeds. The wave oak I have drawn with the ice breaking on, and loaded praises part in the mine ship's barn.
Later, these sagas were written down, and today they give us an incredible insight into the lives that these men and women lived as they explored the icy lands of the North Atlantic. And our story begins right there, on the snowy slopes and steaming vents of Iceland. Iceland is a volcanic island in the northern Atlantic, about a third of the way between Europe and North America. And until around the year 874, it was completely uninhabited. Only flocks of seabirds and the reclusive Arctic fox roamed its snowy hills. But then, the Vikings arrived. From their homeland of Norway, it was a journey of over 1,500 kilometers by sea, through some of the harshest weather on Earth. But the Vikings sailed in slender wooden longships that were the very height of medieval technology. Their ships had perfectly hydrodynamic hulls and strong square sails that were perfectly adapted for plying the freezing, stormy waters of the Northern Ocean. And after the year 874, when the Vikings first landed, the transformation of the land happened quickly. Back home in Norway, land was scarce, and competition over farmland meant that many people were eager to start new lives in a completely unexplored land. Within 60 years of their first landing, the Vikings had already built over 1,500 farms in Iceland, and the population rose to over 3,500 people. But the ambitions of the Vikings wouldn't end here. By the year 930, it seems, just about all of the usable land in Iceland had already been claimed, and already stories were beginning to spread among the Norse sailors, stories about a new land, a land of blue ice and mists that lay somewhere over the stormy sea. According to the sagas, the first person to attempt to find this new land was a man named Eric Thorvaldsson, and he would be known to history as Eric the Red. Eric the Red was born around the year 950 into a Norway that had only just been unified into a single state. Norway has a ragged, undulating coast, broken by wooded fjords, great mountainous inlets, and dotted with rocky islands out to sea. But Eric was born in the south of the country, where the flat land meant that the sea always stretched out before his eyes, calling to him with its inviting horizon. As a boy, he must have gazed out at the ships sailing off in the direction of the sunset, watched them sink below the horizon, and he must have wondered what lay beyond that tantalizing vanishing point. And Eric was about to find out. That's because he was the son of an outlaw named Thorvald, who had an explosive temper, and this temper would have dire consequences for Thorvald's family. When his son Eric was only 10 years old, Thorvald killed a man in a quarrel, and in Norway, murderers didn't only have the law to fear. Viking honor meant that the family of the dead man would soon be out for blood in revenge. Fearing reprisals, Eric's family managed to gain passage across the sea to Norway's newest settlement, the freezing land of Iceland, where smoke was said to rise from the very earth. The young Eric must have looked out from the ship on that voyage and seen the sea stretching out in all directions, grey and bleak and forbidding. But it must have been exciting for the young boy too. Here, at last, was the adventure that he dreamed of. By this time, in the second half of the 10th century, Iceland was already well settled by Norway. The Norse had brought large amounts of thralls, or slaves, from Ireland and Scotland to help them populate their new colony. They'd introduced horses, cattle, and rabbits, and Iceland's snow forests had been cut down to clear farmland for the cultivation of barley. Its people ate cod from the sea, unsalted but dried on wooden racks by the wind and cold. But this success story of a settlement also meant that most of the best land had already been taken. When Eric arrived with his family, all that was left was a plot of uninhabited wasteland in the forbidding tundra of the northwest. But that was all the choice they had, and Thorvald and his family settled down and began to work their farm. We can imagine that as a child in Iceland, the young Eric must have listened to the stories that the sailors told when they passed through, when they stopped on shore to repair their ships. Norsemen of this age navigated the oceans with no compasses, using the sun, moon, and stars to find their way, as well as following natural cues like the paths of seabirds and whales. But although they were expert navigators, it only took a strong storm to sweep them far off course, as we'll learn a few times throughout this episode. The Vikings of Iceland believed that they lived on the edge of the world. But already at this time, stories were beginning to spread, of sailors who had been blown off course and seen strange things in the distance. They brought back stories about mysterious islands they'd seen drifting out of the sea mists, faraway lands spied across the ocean, tales of blue coasts in the west. When Eric's father Thorvald died, Eric inhabited their humble farm, and he began a family of his own. But as he grew into a proud and pugnacious young man, it became clear that Eric the Red had inherited something of his father's temper, and even more of his bad luck. One day, a group of workers on Eric's farm caused a landslide that tumbled into the neighboring farm. This belonged to a disagreeable neighbor, known only as Eyjolf the Foul. And Eyjolf seems to have lived up to his name. Enraged at the damage caused to his farm, Eyjolf killed Eric's workers. But Eric was his father's son, and he wasn't to take this insult lightly. He chased after Eyjolf, and the two of them fought. In the brutal struggle that ensued, Eric prevailed, and Eyjolf the Foul was killed. But once the heat of battle had died down, Eric realized what he had done. Just like his father, he feared the beginning of a blood feud. In the society of the medieval Norse, one death could be like a spark in dry heather, setting off a cycle of violence and revenge that could last for generations. So it may have felt like something of a relief for Eric when the law, and not Eyjolf the Foul's family, finally came down on him. For the killing, the lords of Iceland declared that Eric the Red was banished for 3 years. Soon, just like his father, Eric would have to flee the land that he had learned to call home. But Eric didn't have many good options before him. His family had many enemies now. In Norway, the relatives of the man his father had killed might still be looking for blood, and it was clear he couldn't stay in Iceland. For a Norseman in the 10th century, that didn't leave many other options. Eric stayed in hiding while he put together a boat and a crew, and it must have been during this time that those stories came back to him. The stories he'd once heard the sailors tell of the islands in the mist and their blue coasts half seen beyond the horizon. In the year 982, at around the age of 30, Eric set sail once again with only one goal in mind. He was going to reach the mythical land that was said to lie on the other side of the ocean. Many people must have laughed at him. But that year he set sail, and his voyage would change the map of the world forever. Greenland is the world's largest island that is not considered a continent. Over 80% of its landmass is covered in the Greenland ice sheet, a plate of ice up to 3 kilometers thick, behind only Antarctica as the second largest body of ice in the world. The ice that makes up the sheet is as ancient as rock, some of it over 1 million years old, and the sheet is so heavy that the land beneath it has been crushed into the Earth's mantle beneath its weight. Although he couldn't know any of this at the time, this is the land that Eric the Red set sail for at the end of the 10th century, and against all the odds, he would reach it. The voyage was nearly 1,500 kilometers, through a deadly gauntlet of floating ice and Atlantic storms. But despite the dangers, Eric rounded the southern coast of Greenland later that year and sailed up its western coast, searching for somewhere to land. For the most part, the land he saw was covered with Arctic tundra and the unending wall of that enormous glacial ice sheet. But after many weeks of sailing, Eric and his men found a small sheltered cove that seemed relatively free of ice. And when they sailed into it, their hearts must have filled with joy. They saw green slopes, where deciduous willows, alder and juniper trees grew, and low shrubs like dwarf birch covered the sides of some valleys. The landscape here was still harsh. It must have resembled the tree-line level of Norwegian mountains, right where most forms of life stopped growing. To most people, it wouldn't have looked like a promising location for a settlement. But to the Norse of the time, this small strip of land promised the potential for future growth. Eric would spend the next 3 years of his exile exploring this new land, sailing up its coast methodically and taking careful note of what he saw. And when his sentence of exile was over, he finally returned to Iceland with a plan in mind. He was going to gather as many settlers as he could, and travel back to this new land to settle it permanently. But he knew it was going to be a hard sell. How could he convince enough settlers to risk that dangerous crossing, and all for a land that was barely more than a sliver of green on the edge of a barren ice sheet? Well, it seems that Eric the Red had something of a talent for salesmanship, and one of the key ways he tried to encourage people to follow him was with the name that he gave to his newly discovered land. The Icelandic Saga of the Greenlanders recalls this trick with something of an ironic tone.
There was a man called Eric the Red who travelled out from here and took land. He gave a name to the land and called it Greenland, and said that people would be more eager to go there because the land had a good name.
Perhaps imagining rolling green fields and pastures, many Icelanders agreed to follow Eric. And when summer came back around, he set sail once again for the land beyond the ocean. But this time he wasn't going alone. Eric the Red had amassed a great fleet of 25 ships, full of men, women and children, along with supplies, building materials, wood and nails, as well as livestock, including cattle, chickens and rabbits. It must have been an incredible sight. All of those colourful sails and dragon-headed prows cleaving through the ocean waves. Of these 25 ships, only 14 would reach Greenland. 11 of them were lost at sea. And for those that arrived, the trials had only just begun. For the medieval Norse of Europe, establishing a colony in Greenland was about as difficult as we today might find establishing a colony on the moon. And if that seems like a far-fetched comparison, consider that only 18 astronauts have ever been killed in the history of space exploration. For medieval Vikings crossing the Atlantic, the casualties were enormous. And the reasons for this aren't hard to imagine. Firstly, the journey to Greenland took several weeks by sea, through freezing Arctic conditions. If you want to see a good example of the kind of ship the Norse used, there's no finer example than the so-called Gokstad ship in the Museum of Oslo. I'll put an image of this up on Patreon for you to see. When you see this ship, you're at once impressed by its slender, organic shape, which testifies to the enormous skill of the shipbuilders. But you're also struck by just how small and exposed it is. How the Vikings who huddled on board must have suffered on those weeks-long voyages through storms and waves that must have towered over this tiny ship. Today, it seems incredible that anyone survived these journeys at all. Greenland is about as far from Iceland as Iceland is from Norway, both of them being journeys of about 1,500 kilometers. But although the distances are similar, the voyage from Iceland to Greenland was many times more dangerous. Worse than anything else was the drift ice. Greenland sat right on a powerful current that flowed down from the Arctic Ocean, and this current drew huge blocks carved from glaciers and icebergs the size of mountains. This freezing current runs down the east coast of Greenland and then back up the west coast, effectively ringing the island in a chainsaw blade of flowing ice. Today, this flow causes just as much of a problem to modern shipping as it did in the 10th century, but the Vikings didn't have any of the advantages of our technology. One story shows just how deadly these seas could be. A saga tells the story of a Norse Icelander named Lodin, who got himself the nickname Lick-Lodin, or Corpse Lodin, because he made his living sailing up and down the east coast of Greenland, exploring its caves and coves, and gathering up the corpses of men shipwrecked there.
Ships were always wrecked in this ice from the northern bays. Lick-Lodin would search the ways to the north and bring back to church the bodies he found in caves and on rock ledges. They had come there from the drift ice or wrecked ships, and near them there often lay carved runes about all the events of their misfortunes and sufferings.
But the skill of Norse sailors meant that many did successfully navigate this asteroid belt of ice. Still, it couldn't hurt to pray. One surviving document contains a prayer written by a Greenland sailor who was about to undertake this perilous voyage.
God the Sinless, I pray, save my voyage from danger. Lord of heaven on high, guard thou my ways.
But despite these immense obstacles, Eric and his surviving 14 boats of settlers did succeed. They landed in Greenland and started one settlement on the south tip of the island. This would become known as Estribygget, or the Eastern Settlement, and it's where Eric built himself an estate and began to farm the land. Later, the Norse would sail up the western coast of Greenland and found a second settlement. This was called Vestribygget, or the Western Settlement. Life in Greenland was hard. Greenland has an Arctic climate, with average temperatures that don't exceed 10 degrees centigrade, or 50 degrees Fahrenheit, even in the warmest summer months. And summer temperatures can drop as low as minus 30 degrees centigrade, or minus 27 degrees Fahrenheit. During winter, the temperatures can reach minus 50 degrees centigrade, or minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit. For 2 to 3 months in summer, there is continuous daylight, the so-called midnight sun. And during winter, the sun never quite rises, with only 3 to 4 hours of daylight peeking over the horizon. But the Norse were expert settlers. There's evidence that they adapted to the difficult farming conditions of the Greenland winters by aggressively fertilizing the soils around their farmsteads. While the men of the settlements were out hunting, the women would have spent the day improving the soil, spreading it with manure to increase its fertility. Studies of the soil in early Norse settlements show a dramatic increase in the thickness of soil after the arrival of the Norse and the establishment of their farms. Bone samples suggest that at the height of the settlements, even small farms kept a cow or two, which was a sign of great status back in Norway. Written records from Greenland mention dairy products, including cheese, milk, and yogurt, as important staple foods. But it soon became clear that the Greenland settlers wouldn't simply survive in this barren land. In fact, they would thrive and ultimately make themselves and their home country very wealthy. That's because Greenland had a plentiful supply of one resource that was in enormous demand in Europe at the time. And that thing was the walrus. An adult bull walrus has tusks made of ivory that can grow to be over 1 meter long and can weigh as much as 5.5 kilos each. Ivory was hugely prized by medieval people, and many ivory artifacts from the Middle Ages were carved from walrus tusks. The most famous of these artifacts are the Lewis chessmen carved in Scotland in the 12th century, with marvellously expressive eyes and faces. I'll put a picture of them up on Twitter and Patreon for you to see. And it's hard to overstate just how valuable ivory was at this time. Every 6 years, the Norse in Greenland paid their taxes to the Norwegian king, and a document from 1327 shows that a shipment of a single boatload of walrus tusks, hunted from about 260 walruses, was worth more than all the woolen cloth sent to the king by nearly 4,000 Icelandic farms in the same period. This single boatload of tusks was equal to the cost of nearly 800 cows. And the Vikings monopolized this high-value commodity right across northern Europe. The few walrus there were in Iceland had already been hunted to extinction for their tusks. But in Greenland, the Vikings came across vast herds in a place called Disco Bay, an ice fjord about 500 kilometers to the north of the western settlement. It seemed there were more than they could ever hunt. As well as the walrus, the Vikings also hunted seal and salmon, and even the elusive narwhal, the whale with a single bony horn jutting from its head. And here again, the Vikings showed they had a flair for salesmanship. They sold the horn of the narwhal to gullible Europeans, claiming them to be the horns of unicorns. Suddenly, unicorn horn became in great demand throughout medieval Europe, with the powdered horn being used to treat a variety of ailments. It was believed that unicorn horns could detect poison in food and drinks, and the horns themselves were used to make the scepter and imperial crown of the Austrian Empire, and the unicorn throne of the Danish kings, among other artifacts across Europe. This growing economy attracted more people to Greenland, and before long there may have been over 5,000 inhabitants spread over the fjords and valleys of Greenland's coast. Most of these would be in the eastern settlement, which was the closest to Europe and the better connected of the two. In the eastern settlement, at a place they called Garda, the Norse built an ornate Christian cathedral out of sandstone that they quarried from the Greenland hills, probably using the skills of stonemasons brought from Norway. This cathedral was complete with stained glass and a heavy bronze bell shipped over from Europe, and it must have been quite a sight when the eerie lights of the Aurora Borealis flickered blue, green and violet over this church. Streamers of charged particles thrown out from solar flares, impacting the Earth's atmosphere 100 kilometers overhead. But just as impressive today is the remains of a barn in Garda, itself the size of a cathedral. Its doorways are built of enormous solid stone blocks that today look like the pillars of Stonehenge. Here, the prized animals of the Greenland Vikings, perhaps as many as 100 cows, would shelter through the bitter winters, protected from the biting wind and snow by thick walls covered in banks of earth. Viking chronicles record that in spring, the Vikings would often have to carry their cows out of these sheds, since the animals' legs grew so weak from inaction through the long, dark winter months. But despite their impressive advancements, the colonies of Greenland never became truly self-sufficient. We can see this demonstrated in the story of one Greenlander named Asmund Kastanrassi. In 1189, Kastanrassi built his own ship in Greenland, which is quite an achievement considering the lack of timber, steel, and other building materials in the environment. Kastanrassi's ship was held together with wooden pegs and lashings made of walrus sinew. And amazingly, he sailed it successfully back to Iceland. Although we don't know exactly what this craft looked like, we can tell it was a strange sight by the way people reacted. When he landed, the Icelanders on the shore gathered around to marvel at his strange Frankenstein's monster of a ship, returned from beyond the edge of the world. But Kastanrassi's inventiveness could only take him so far. Somewhere on the next leg of his voyage to Norway, the tendons and wooden bolts that held the craft together gave way. The ship came apart, and Kastanrassi went down with his ship, somewhere in the North Sea. And this story gives you some sense of just how difficult life would be for the Greenlanders if their connection to Europe was somehow severed. The harsh weather conditions of Greenland weren't the only opponents that the Greenlanders faced. When the Vikings first arrived in this new land, they began to find clues that told them that they weren't the only people to have set foot there. In fact, the sagas recall how the Vikings stumbled upon the ruins of a previous inhabitation.
They found their people's habitations, both to the east and the west on the land, pieces of skin boats and worked stones, from which one could tell that a people were already there, whom the Greenlanders call Skraelings.
The word Skraeling is the only word from the old dialect of Greenlandic Norse that has survived into modern Icelandic. In the modern language, it means something like barbarian, and in the Middle Ages, the Greenland Vikings used it to describe all the various tribes and peoples they encountered during their exploration of the New World. In Viking folklore, the indigenous peoples of North America are often referred to as semi-mythical creatures and less than human. In the stories, they transform into witches, pygmies, and trolls. The first people that the Norse encountered in Greenland were called the Dorset, but their contact was fleeting. The Dorset were later supplanted by a people known as the Thuli, who are the ancestors of all modern Inuit peoples, and were at this time spreading their influence across Canada, Alaska, and Greenland. In the vast expanse of Greenland, it took the Thuli and the Norse a long time to come into contact. But by the end of the 12th century at least, it seems they had encountered each other. One explorer, known as Thorfinn Karlsenfi, wrote down an account of these peoples.
They were short in height, with threatening features and tangled hair on their heads. Their eyes were large and their cheeks broad.
And we don't just have the Norse side of this story. Today, tales of the arrival of the Vikings still survive in Inuit folklore, and it's fair to say that at times relations between these two cultures were not always friendly. In the Inuit folktales, the Vikings are sometimes referred to simply as the enemy. In their stories, encounters between the Inuit and the Norse are often violent. For instance, in this ancient Inuit tale.
It once happened that a kayaker from Arpat Sivik came rowing up the river trying his new bird javelin. On approaching Kak Ortok, where the first Norsemen had taken up their abode, he saw one of them gathering shells on the beach. And presently the Norseman called out to him, "Let's see whether you can hit me with your lance." The kayaker would not, but the other kept shouting at him to throw. At last, however, the kayaker lost patience. He threw his spear and killed the Norseman on the spot. When winter came, all feared that the Norsemen would come and avenge the death of their countryman.
In this piece of folklore, this one act of violence begins a cycle of revenge that leads to a war between the Inuit and the Norsemen. And Norse accounts also seem to indicate that battles between the two cultures did take place. Other Inuit stories cast the Norsemen as mysterious and slightly ridiculous creatures, ill-suited to the harsh environment, but who nevertheless have power over strange magic.
A kayaker one day went to the Bay of Imingwit to catch fish. He found there a tent belonging to some Norsemen and heard them joking and talking inside. He was curious, and he thought he might play a joke on the Norsemen. So he left his kayak, went up to the place, and began to strike on the sides of the tent. Inside, they fell quiet, and so he struck harder on the tent. Then he took a peep inside, and the lot of them shrieked with fear. They were forefathers and their children, and they fled in fear across the ice. But the ice was thin, and broke through with them so that all were drowned. It is said that some nights they can still be seen through the ice, and when they are visible, it is an omen that someone will soon die.
By the 14th century, the Thule peoples had moved south towards the settled areas of the Vikings. At some sites, they even occupied the same fjords, although at different sides of the water. And it's worth pointing out that the images of friendly Eskimos you may have seen in children's books shouldn't fool you into thinking that the Inuit were a meek or pacifist people. Although they were not a particularly warlike society, they were more than capable of defending themselves when challenged, and they frequently defended their southern borderlands against other Native American tribes like the Cree. Their warriors wore armor made of hardened walrus hide and sinew, and they carried bone harpoons and knives with stone blades. Their bows were particularly powerful weapons, as the Inuit enhanced their tensile strength by coiling them with dried sinew. This all meant they could be a serious threat to the Norse settlements. In 1379, for instance, Viking chronicles record that the Thule attacked the eastern settlement, killing 18 men and capturing 2 boys and a woman. This isn't to say that contact between these two cultures was always violent. In fact, it seems a rich tradition of trade went on between them. Items such as comb fragments, pieces of iron cooking utensils and chisels, chess pieces, ship rivets, carpenter's planes, and oaken ship fragments have been found in several Inuit sites, far beyond the traditional range of Norse colonization. A small ivory statue that appears to represent a European has also been found among the ruins of one Inuit house. And it's clear that there was more than just goods being exchanged. Today, we can trace some words in modern Inuit languages back to their Viking origins, borrowed nearly 1,000 years ago from their Norse neighbours. But while there were periods of peace between these two cultures, they were often at odds, and the Vikings' inability to make a lasting peace with their new neighbours would certainly not help matters when their luck took a turn for the worse. The Vikings' difficulty in making friends in the New World would extend beyond Greenland too, and this can be seen more than anything when they made their famous voyages over to the mainland of North America, 5 centuries before Christopher Columbus was born. The Icelandic sagas vary on their accounts of who was the first Norseman to discover America, but many believe that the most plausible account gives the honour to a man called Leif Erikson. In Norse naming conventions, the name Eriksson means literally that he was the son of Eric, and the Eric in question was the one we've already spent some time with, Eric the Red. Born the son of this high chief of Greenland, Leif Erikson shared some of his father's adventurous spirit, and a little of his appetite for trouble. In the year 999, Leif travelled back to Norway as a young man in his 20s, and he swore to serve under the Norwegian king Olaf I. Olaf was the first Norwegian king to convert to Christianity, and to turn his back on the old gods of his ancestors, Thor and Odin and Loki. While serving under King Olaf, the young Leif also converted to Christianity, and soon the new king had a mission for him. He was to return to his home of Greenland and convert the people there to Christianity too. So Leif was soon back on the sea, but whether by divine intervention or by the fickle nature of fate, Leif was blown off course like so many Vikings before him, and after many weeks of sailing through open ocean, he landed on the coast of a strange land he had never seen before. Wild grapes were growing here, fields of wild wheat, and even butternuts that he and his men gathered for food. They also found 2 shipwrecked Norsemen who had been blown off course like them. They rescued the men and took them on board, and if Leif's story is to be believed, these shipwrecked sailors were actually the first Europeans to ever discover America, and we will never know their names. When he returned to Greenland, Leif was determined to put together an expedition to explore this new land. He gathered as many men as he could and got back on the sea as soon as possible. They crossed the choppy waters and soon landed in a desolate and rocky place that he called Helluland, or the land of flat rocks. From there, they sailed south to a place he called Markland, or Forest Land. And finally, they returned to the land that he called Vinland, after the grapevines that he once again found growing there. Here, there was a mild climate and bountiful supplies of salmon. This was most likely the coast of what we today would call Canada, where you can still find this particular species of frost grape growing wild. Leif and his men spent the winter on the North American coast, in a small settlement they called Leifsbudir. And when spring came, they sailed back to Greenland with a cargo of timber and grapes. Leif's journey and the stories he brought back would encourage other Norsemen to make the same journey. Not to be outdone, Leif's brother Thorvald, named after his hot-blooded grandfather, made the journey in the year 1004. But he was to have far worse luck than his brother. At first, the journey seemed to be going well. Thorvald landed at Leif's abandoned camp and spent the winter there without incident. But in the spring, they sailed south and came across a strange sight on one of the beaches. They saw 9 people, sleeping under 3 skin-covered canoes. They were indigenous Americans, or what the Norsemen would have called Skraelings. Thorvald attacked these sleeping men and killed 8 of them. But among them, one managed to get away and flee through the forest that fringed the beach. The Norsemen celebrated their victory and set up camp, but their celebration wasn't to last long. Soon they heard the noise of an approaching force and shouting voices coming through the trees. They realized too late that the man who had escaped had come back, and this time with reinforcements. Arrows began whizzing out of the forest, and the Norsemen fled back to their boats in disarray, hastily throwing up a barricade while they prepared to set sail. During the flight, Thorvald was struck by an arrow, and it pinned him to the wooden hull of his ship. As he died, he is supposed to have shouted out a final bellowing proclamation.
What a fat joke. We've found a land of fine resources, but we'll hardly enjoy any of them.
The group retreated back along the coast, and without a leader, they fell to infighting and bickering. They only just managed to make it back to Greenland alive. We may never know how things might have gone had history been just a little different. But it's possible that this fierce reaction by the indigenous inhabitants of Vinland may have prevented the colonization of America for another 500 years. Partly because of their unwillingness to coexist with native peoples, the Vikings were never able to establish a permanent settlement in North America. The Norsemen did set up a number of temporary camps in Canada, often places where they would spend the winter before abandoning them and returning to Greenland. Today, only one confirmed Norse site has been discovered in North America, at a place called Landsø-Meadow, or the Bay of Meadows, in Newfoundland, Canada. In 1960, a man called George Decker, who lived in a small fishing village nearby, led archaeologists to what he called the Old Indian Camp. But when the archaeologists began to excavate, they realized that these ruined buildings didn't match the profile of any Native American building methods. In fact, the only thing they resembled were the Viking buildings in Iceland and Greenland, rough stone walls covered over with turf to keep in the warm. 8 buildings were discovered in total, which could have held up to 150 people, and Viking artifacts were uncovered at the site too: a stone oil lamp, a whetstone, a bronze fastening pin, a bone knitting needle, and part of a spindle. But it seems that this too was a temporary settlement. There were no findings of burials here, or tools, agriculture, or animal pens. But archaeologists did find a carpentry workshop and an iron forge, suggesting that Landsø-Meadow was used as a way station to repair boats damaged on the violent seas. Partly helped by repair stations like this, the Vikings made routine voyages to North America to collect wood to build their ships, and probably to collect the furs of foxes, bears, and lynx too. But Greenlanders simply never had the resources to establish a permanent settlement in America. Their links back to Europe were just too fragile to support anything other than a temporary base, and for a number of reasons, these links were about to weaken. In fact, events would soon occur that would threaten the very survival of the Greenland settlements themselves. Greenland's western settlement, the more remote of the two and the furthest from Europe, was the first to fall. And strangely, nobody at the time seems to have known what happened. The last person to set eyes on the western settlement was a man named Ivar Bardason, who sailed to Greenland in the year 1341. For more than a decade, no one had heard any news from the western settlement. For centuries, it had sent taxes to the Norwegian king, and although these shipments were often many years apart, they had never failed to pay what they owed to their distant homeland. But the last payment to arrive from the western settlement had been in the year 1327. That's 14 years earlier. Ivar Bardason was given one task: to make the terrifying voyage across the North Atlantic, to find the western settlement, and to demand to know why their taxes were so late. It was a long and dangerous voyage through icy waters. We can imagine the eerie lights of the Aurora Borealis flickering far overhead as Bardason made the journey, but he survived the trip. He arrived in the eastern settlement in Greenland and began asking around, seeing if anyone knew what had happened in the west. But no one could tell him anything. There too, no one had heard anything from the Western settlement for years. And so Bardason set out on the next leg of his voyage, with a growing sense of foreboding. And when he finally arrived at the Western settlement, he saw why. The entire place was in ruins.
I saw nobody, neither Christians nor heathen. Only some wild cattle and sheep, all running free.
Bardason explored the ruined settlement, but he could find no sign of the settlers, and he couldn't find any clue about where they might have gone. Since the domestic animals were still there, wandering free among the crumbling buildings, it can't have been long since they left. The animals wouldn't have survived long without shelter. Bardason wandered around the surrounding area and found 4 more farms in similar condition. He and the men with him knew that the farm animals wouldn't survive the winter, so they slaughtered them and took as much meat as they could carry back to their ships. And Bardason felt sure that he knew what had happened. He reported back to Norway that the Greenland settlers had been killed by Skraelings, by the indigenous people of Greenland. But to the end of his life, he must have wondered, why were there no signs of bloodshed at the Western settlement? Why no signs of battle or the burning of buildings? And if the Skraelings had done this, then what had they done with the bodies? As we've already seen in a number of different collapses over the course of this series, for much of history, humankind has been at the mercy of the global climate. Even small variations in weather systems can have utterly devastating consequences for human societies. And those that are already pushing the boundaries of habitability are particularly vulnerable. The first Norsemen to discover Greenland did so during a time that we know today as the medieval warm period. This began around the year 900 and lasted for about 4 centuries, ending around the year 1300. During this period of warmth, sea ice decreased in the North Atlantic, so sailing from Scandinavia to Greenland became less dangerous. The longer summers meant that cattle, sheep and goats could graze in the meadows along Greenland's sheltered fjords on the southwest coast, and the growing seasons allowed European crops to be cultivated in this northern land. This relatively mild climate meant that in the early days of their settlement, the Vikings were able to more or less transplant their medieval European lifestyle to this new land. During the summer, some might even have been able to imagine that they were back home, in the quiet fjords of Norway. But this warm period wouldn't last forever, and soon the Norsemen of Greenland would realize that they were actually very far from home. The medieval warm period was followed by a period that today we call the Little Ice Age. This describes a period that began in the late 13th century, when summer temperatures around the world underwent a dramatic drop. There are many theories about what caused this dramatic climate shift. Some scientists have suggested astronomical causes, including a fall in solar radiation, or even changes in the Earth's tilt and orbit. Others have pointed to a heightened volcanic activity around the world, including the eruption of the Indonesian island of Lombok in 1257, one of the most powerful eruptions of the last 7,000 years, that reduced the penetration of sunlight all around the world. Others have even suggested that the drop in temperature resulted from the reduction in the overall human population caused by the Black Death, which caused the death of as many as 200 million people across Eurasia, reducing the population by as much as 60%. Whatever the cause, an icy veil began to descend over the whole world. Radiocarbon dating of plant material in Iceland shows that summers began to get abruptly colder between 1275 and 1300, and sea ice expanded. This was followed by yet another dramatic drop from 1430 to 1455. The lowest winter temperatures of the last 2,000 years occurred right around this time, during the 14th and 15th centuries. In London, people would soon skate on the River Thames and hold frost fairs out on the ice, while in Rotterdam, people would skate on the city's Grand Canal. Painters like Peter Bruegel the Elder would depict winter scenes of enormous scale, while crop failures and epidemics led to a dramatic increase in the number of executions for witchcraft across Europe. Through all of this chaos, the Greenland settlers were all but forgotten. But for them, the results of this changing climate would be the most devastating of all. The Greenland Norse settlements were already built on the edge of the Earth's habitable zone. Only 300 kilometers to the north lay the Arctic Circle, beyond which the sun didn't show in winter. And just over the hills to the north of the Viking settlements, the vast expanse of the Greenland ice sheet stretched. In Greenland, temperatures would now plummet to as much as 6 to 8 degrees lower than summer temperatures today. Soon, sea ice would choke up the fjords and prevent ships from landing. The ice would crush the ships' hulls in a vice-like grip and freeze the ground to stone so that nothing would grow. The number of storms coming in from the sea also increased dramatically during this time. Studies of ice cores show that around this time the Greenland ice contained a greater amount of salt, since the harsh ocean winds were blowing sea mist across it with greater strength and ferocity. And as the weather got worse, the Greenland Vikings had a simple choice. They could continue living their essentially European lives, the lives of growing crops and grazing livestock, or they could adapt. They could learn from their Inuit neighbors and change their lifestyles to that of subsistence hunter-gatherers, relying on hunting and fishing instead. For a long time, historians have assumed that the Greenland Norse didn't adapt when the harsh winters arrived. It was thought that they must have stuck to their crops and livestock, and when these died, so did they. One archaeologist, Thomas McGovern, has summarized this theory in blunt terms.
Dumb Norsemen go into the north, outside the range of their economy, mess up the environment, and then they all die when it gets cold.
And to some extent, it's true that the Vikings clung to their European culture even when conditions worsened. Archaeologists have recovered clothing left behind by the Greenland Norse, perfectly preserved in the ice. Some even have the brilliant red dyes still on their fabrics, as bright today as the day their owners left them. I'll put pictures of these on Patreon for you to see. And from these clothes, we can see that well into the 15th century, the Greenland Vikings still wore woolen clothing, and even kept up with the latest European fashions, hooded clothing with long capes. Meanwhile, their Inuit neighbors knew that seal skins and furs provided the best protection against the cold. The Norse also seem to have clung largely to their European eating habits. They never copied the Inuit in learning to cut holes in the ice and fish the waters underneath. They never carved fish hooks out of bone the way the Inuit did. And some writers like Jared Diamond have seized on the lack of fish bones found in the settlements of the Norse. They argue that this shows a cultural aversion to eating fish, that the Norse thought themselves simply too good for this lowly food. But I think the numerous references to salmon that we find in the Icelandic sagas seems to refute this. And it's worth remembering that fish bones are very delicate and fragile. In the harsh environment of Greenland, they may be simply more prone to breaking down or being blown away. Still, we can see some stubbornness in the Vikings' refusal to adopt the ways of the Inuit entirely. After all, they were Norsemen, and if they began wearing seal skins and carving bone fish hooks, what would that make them? To the Vikings of the time, perhaps this was considered behavior suited only to the Skraelings. Perhaps to them, adopting these methods of survival would have looked something like a cultural suicide. Some commentators have also focused on the damage that they claim the Norse did to their environment. They observed that the Vikings imported farming methods that were successful in Europe, but were less well suited to the thin soils and short grazing seasons of Greenland. Over the centuries, the Norse also cut down the low trees and vegetation that grew in the Greenland landscape, partly to create pastures for their farm animals. And while the Inuit burned seal blubber to heat and light their homes, the Norse continued to burn wood in their stoves and hearths, just as they would have in Europe. This deforestation gradually exposed the land to the brutal icy winds, and soon the topsoil was blown away and covered in sand and ice. In one settlement, known as Vatnaverfi, the ruin of one Norse house has been found completely buried in sand dunes, up to 10 feet deep, and surrounded by barren plains that were once fertile farmland. So some of the collapse can be attributed to these factors: that the Greenlanders didn't sufficiently adapt, and that they caused some damage to the environment. But new evidence has shown that this might not be a complete picture. New excavations of Norse settlements have shown that around this time the Norse did undergo a dramatic shift in their diet. Like the Inuit, they began to hunt seals, and the amount of seal bones found in the rubbish heaps of their settlements increases dramatically around this time. Bone analysis shows that food from the sea would increase as a proportion of the Norse diet, until it made up about 80% in the final days of the settlements. And far from committing the irresponsible environmental damage, it seems the Norse were careful to manage their scarce resources. For instance, they show that efforts to fertilize the harsh soil actually increased during the Little Ice Age. And another example is how the Norse conducted their seal hunting. There are two kinds of seals that live in the fjords of Greenland. The first is the harbour seal, and today this species is critically endangered. It's not hard to see why. Harbour seals are so called because they raise their young on the beaches, making them easy prey for hunters. But despite their desperation, the Greenland Norse seem to have limited their hunting of this species, being careful not to drive them to extinction. Instead, they went after the more abundant but more difficult to catch harp seal, which migrates every year up the west coast of Greenland on their way from Canada. But despite their efforts to adapt, studies on human remains found in the Norse settlements show that the population began to become severely malnourished around this time. Skeletons buried in the late period of the settlements are stunted in growth, and the teeth are worn down from eating poor quality food. But in all of this, perhaps the Greenland Norse might still have survived. Despite all these pressures, it's worth noting that these settlements continued for over a century, even after the climate of the Little Ice Age reached its coldest point. And part of this reason is that their connection to Europe allowed them to continue getting supplies and food to the hardy settlers. Perhaps, if this connection had remained, the Greenland settlements might not have fallen. But for a number of reasons, as the 14th century drew on, that connection was going to be put under increasing strain. In the year 1349, a ship arrived in Norway from England and docked at the port town of Bergen. This ship would cause the death of as many as half of the people of Norway. That's because, like all ships at the time, it carried black rats that fed on its grain cargo. The rats carried fleas that fed on the rat's blood, and the fleas carried the bacterium Yersinia pestis, known commonly as the bubonic plague or Black Death. Days after the ship's arrival in Bergen, familiar symptoms exploded among the population. People's skin turned black, they coughed blood, and their lymph nodes swelled to enormous size. From Bergen, the plague spread rapidly along the coast and over land, ravaging Norway for approximately 6 months. The annals say that roughly 2/3 of Norway's population died, and while this may be an exaggeration, mortality may have reached as much as 40 or 50%. Able-bodied men were now dying in Norway's streets. Every major industry including those involved in shipbuilding and maintenance, would have suffered, while some may have collapsed completely. And while there's no evidence that the Black Death ever crossed the sea to Greenland, this epidemic would still be utterly devastating for the Greenland Vikings. Bergen was the port from which all voyages to Iceland and Greenland would have departed. As Norway reeled from the disaster and tried to pick up the pieces, it seems supply missions to the distant outpost slowed to a trickle. The last bishop of Greenland died around the year 1378, and no new bishop was ever sent from Norway to replace him. And matters would only get worse. In the year 1393, a band of German pirates known as the Victual Brothers attacked the city of Bergen. They raided the port, pillaged and looted the town, killed the garrison, and finally burnt it to the ground. The link from Greenland to mainland Europe was now all but severed. Imports of grain from Norway to Greenland virtually stopped, and this happened right as the cold weather swept in on the Greenlanders and their crops and cattle began to die. They became increasingly short on iron too. We can see this from the lack of any nails or iron objects in the top layer of their habitation. The Greenlanders now had to constantly reuse the same iron tools, and archaeologists have found the tragic artifacts of knives, worn down almost to stubs by use, but still too precious for the Greenlanders to throw away. With food dwindling, the Norse in Greenland would have had little choice. They would now have to hunt even more seals and walrus in order to feed themselves. And to make this possible, they couldn't spare a single man. Now every able-bodied hunter in the settlements would have to sail farther and farther up the Greenland coasts, sometimes travelling as much as 1,500 kilometres on their hunts, often rowing large portions of the journey when the weather was too bad to sail. And their ships in this era might have begun to resemble something closer to Kastanrassi's Frankenstein's monster of a craft, rather than the sleek longboats sent from Norway. Virtually all the men of these settlements would have left on these long trips, and as the climate worsened, the ice spread, and storms on the sea increased, it's not hard to imagine what could go wrong. For a historical parallel, we might look at another set of islands in the North Sea, the Shetlands to the north of Scotland. On the 16th of July 1832, a freak storm hit the Shetland Islands completely by surprise. On that day, the whole fishing fleet of the islands was out at sea. 16 boats were sunk, and over 100 men were killed. In some of these small Shetland communities, this meant that over 80% of the male population was wiped out in a single day. Many of these communities never recovered. And as the Greenland Vikings were driven ever further from their homes seeking food, it's not hard to imagine something like this catastrophe swooping down on them. And after that, the death of these communities would have been assured. The 15th century marked the end of the Norse presence in Greenland. The last written record of the Greenland Vikings documents a marriage in the year 1408 at Hvalsey Church, part of the surviving eastern settlement. This took place around 70 years after Ivar Bardason discovered the ruins of the western settlement. The ruins of Hvalsey Church can still be seen today, a rough construction of granite fieldstones crumbling into the grassy banks of the fjord. It almost looks like part of the landscape. Hvalsey Church is the best preserved Norse building in Greenland, and today when you walk through the ruins, you can almost imagine the atmosphere of that day in 1408, the wedding of Thorstein Olafsson and Sigrid Bjornsdottir, as the fires burned and the seal meat crackled in celebration. Thorstein and Sigrid would soon leave Greenland, back to Thorstein's native Iceland. And after this, barely any written records mention the Greenland settlers. By the year 1435, less than 3 decades later, archaeological evidence suggests that all of the Greenland Vikings had disappeared. It's as if they simply vanished from the earth. At least some of this decline seems to have been economic. Evidence suggests that walrus ivory, the most valuable export from Greenland, simply began to lose its value towards the end of the Norse period. This was the beginning of the age of European empire, and around this time, Portugal and other Mediterranean countries were beginning to open up their trade routes with sub-Saharan Africa. This meant that high-quality elephant ivory began to enter the European market. Elephant tusks yield an ivory of higher quality and size than the walrus hunted by the Norse. And so with the climate worsening, with the cold winters falling on them harder and harder, some of the Greenland Vikings may simply have drifted back to Iceland or Norway and never seen any point in returning. As with any tale of economic downturn, this certainly seems to have been the case with the younger generations. In the later stages of Norse settlement, most of the human remains found are of older people. All of the youngsters seem to have left for somewhere else. But this emigration doesn't seem to have happened en masse. There's no mention in the Icelandic chronicles of any kind of exodus or evacuation from Greenland. And if thousands of people had started arriving on Iceland's shores looking for food and farmland, wouldn't there be some mention of this in the histories? At other sites around Greenland, the situation looks to have been pretty bleak. Studies have shown that the remains of blowflies have been found in the living areas of some Norse ruins, suggesting that at some point the bedrooms and living areas were home to rotting carcasses, and of course, that no one was around to bury the dead. The silted-up ruins of one Norse farmhouse tells another chilling story. Here, archaeologists have found the remains of two animals, one a newborn calf, and the other a Norwegian elk hound, a large hunting dog. Both sets of bones were covered in knife marks, meaning that these animals had been butchered and eaten. And it's fair to say that no family would have killed and eaten this dog unless they were on the edge of starvation. Hunting dogs were useful. They helped the Vikings to catch animals like caribou in the spring, and so they were vital to survival on the settlements. And we can imagine that the Norse were probably no more inclined to kill their four-legged companions than we might be today. But at this point, they may have had little choice. Remains also show that the Vikings around this time began eating the hooves of cows and hunting small animals like birds and rabbits that up until that point they wouldn't have considered worth hunting. So this is the most pessimistic theory, that as the climate worsened and ships from Europe stopped coming, all the Greenland Vikings who remained simply starved and froze to death in their homes. But there's one final theory that I think it's worth mentioning, and this theory changes the outcome of this story completely. Could it be that the Greenland Vikings didn't simply freeze and starve as we might have thought? In fact, might they have left for somewhere else? In 1723, a Norwegian explorer named Hans Egede visited Greenland with the intention of finding the Norsemen who he believed still lived there. Like Bardason before him, he was disappointed to find only rubble and ruins left behind. But while he was there, he spent time among the Inuit people of Greenland and tried to see if they knew anything about what had happened to the Vikings who once lived here. The Inuit had no clear answers for him, but they showed him the ruins of a stone church where once the Greenland settlers had worshipped.
I inquired of the savages whether they had destroyed the stone building, but they replied that the Norwegians did it when they left this country.
But if they left this country, where did they go to? It's true that at some settlements, it seems the Norse did depart in an orderly and planned fashion. They took all their valuables with them, and in some places even closed the doors behind them. But where did they go? Why did no one back in Europe know what had happened to them? Why did Hansa-Geda think he might find Norsemen still living there? Could it be that when the climate became impossible in Greenland, the Vikings did what they had always done? That's set sail and find a new land to call home. The land that the Vikings called Vinland, and we today call Canada, was unknown territory for the Norse. But it's worth remembering that it was a much shorter journey than the voyage back to Norway or Iceland. With Arctic ice flows and the activity of pirates worsening, this might have been a major factor in their decision. And for a race of settlers and explorers, they might have found the distant shore a more tempting prospect than struggling to survive in the already well-settled land that their ancestors had left behind. Some corroboration for this theory comes from the annals of the Bishop Oddsson, writing in the 17th century. He tells a remarkable story about where the Greenland Vikings might have gone.
The settlers of Greenland lapsed of their own free will from the true faith and the Christian religion. Having abandoned all good conduct and true virtues, they turned to the people of America.
And there is some more evidence that at least some of the Greenland Vikings may have actually departed for America. At around the period of the decline of the Greenland settlements, in the year 1347, the Icelandic chronicles mention a curious incident. A ship arrived on the shore of Iceland after apparently being blown off course, and the crew claimed that their destination had been Vinland. Some have argued that this could have been one of a number of ships full of Norse immigrants, trying to start a new life on the coast of North America, once life in Greenland had become impossible. What happened to these settlers, if they existed, we may never know. Did they meet a violent end like Thorvald Eriksson under a hail of native arrows? Or did they learn the lessons of their ancestors? Did they learn to adapt to their new environment, to make friends with the people who already lived in that land? Did they take up their ways and customs and embrace their new adopted country? Until any archaeological evidence is uncovered to support this theory, it will remain just a theory. But I'd like to remind you of the story that we opened the episode with, of that Norse man lying face down in the snow, dressed in the seal skins of an Inuit. Does this show that some of these Vikings actually did take that final step and blend in with the people of the New World? Did they learn their language and adopt their customs? While I'm suspicious of this story as a historian, as a storyteller, I do like to imagine that this is a possibility. That at least some of the Vikings of Greenland may have swallowed their European pride and put on the seal skins that would keep them warm through the increasingly darkening winters. I like to imagine that they once again set sail for a new horizon and lost themselves somewhere on the shores of a new world. I want to end the episode by reading a piece of ancient Norse poetry called the Voluspa. It comes from the era before the introduction of Christianity to Norway, when the Vikings worshipped the old gods of ancient times. It tells the story of how the world was created and how it will soon come to an end. This passage tells of the coming end of the world, an event known as Ragnarok. As you listen, try to imagine what it must have felt like to live right at the end of the known world, surrounded by the dark and wild oceans on every side. Imagine how it must have felt to have your contact with the rest of the world slowly fade and then die altogether. How it must have felt to feel all alone on that narrow strip of land between the blue-white glacier walls and the roaring Black Sea, as the northern lights flicker in the sky overhead, and all around you the ruins of your houses and fields, your farms and your churches, crumble unstoppably into the earth.
Swart wear the solskin sumur eftir. Black become the sun's beams in the summers that follow. Weather's all treacherous. Brothers will fight and kill each other. Sisters' children will defile kinship. It is harsh in the world. Infidelity rife. An axe age, a sword age. Shields are riven. A wind age, a wolf age. Before the world goes headlong, no man will have mercy on another.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode, Jacob Rowlinson, Jake Barrett Mills, and Sebastian Garbach. And special thanks go to Jordan Ashley Moore for letting us hear these poems in their original Old Norse. Do check out his YouTube channel, Ancient Literature Dude, for more readings from ancient and medieval languages. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul MM Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing, to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading to patreon.com/fallofcivilizations_podcast. If you can spare anything, please help keep this podcast running. For now, goodbye, and thanks for listening. On the night of the 21st of February, 1978, on a residential street in Mexico City, a group of workmen were digging through the hard asphalt of the road. They worked for the Mexico City Electric Company, and their job was to run cables across the street and through the whole neighborhood. At first, it seemed like just another day at work, but then, just over 2 meters into the earth, their diggers struck something. It was an enormous piece of stone, and as they excavated further around it, they saw that this stone was carved in ornate and intricate patterns. They quickly notified the archaeologists at Mexico's National Institute of History and Anthropology, and all construction work in the area was stopped. Flocks of archaeologists descended, and excavations began to discover what this remarkable stone was. The more they uncovered, the clearer the picture became. This was a carved stone disc, measuring over 3 meters in diameter. On its surface was the image of a woman, a goddess, naked and decapitated, surrounded by snakes and skulls, and wearing a crown of feathers. This was a depiction of a god named Coyolxauhqui, who was worshipped by the ancient indigenous people of Mexico, who today we call the Aztecs. The discovery of this stone sparked an outburst of interest in what else might lie beneath the surface of Mexico City. The President of Mexico issued a decree ordering the entire city block to be demolished and excavated. In all, 13 buildings in the neighborhood were torn down, and the more they uncovered, the more excited the archaeologists became. They found that the stone disc had been placed at the base of an enormous set of stairs, which led up to a platform on which the ruins of a great pyramid once sat. This was the main temple of a city that had once stood beneath the streets of Mexico City and had been completely erased by time. This city was called Tenochtitlan, and it was once the heart of a powerful empire. The excavations in Mexico City would go on for another 4 years, and every day its people would come and watch as the ruins of a buried civilization rose out of the familiar streets. As they watched, many of them must have wondered, who were these people who once lived on the land beneath our feet? How had they built such phenomenal constructions of such incredible craftsmanship? And how could such a large and advanced society simply disappear beneath the earth? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at one of history's most incredible stories. That's the rise and the dramatic fall of the Aztec Empire. I want to explore how the Aztecs overcame the odds to create one of the America's largest indigenous empires. I want to explore how they reacted to one of the most astonishing and terrifying encounters that any society has ever experienced. And I want to tell the story of what happened to cause the dramatic and final end of their age. Up until around 66 million years ago, the planet Earth was a very different place to the world we know today. In those days, its surface was home to enormous reptiles, known today as dinosaurs. If we could walk across the continent of North America in those days, we would see a landscape covered with ferns and swamps, dotted with enormous primeval pine forests. Small winged pterodactyls flitted in the air, and enormous dinosaurs like the horned Triceratops travelled over the plains. In the forest, fearsome packs of velociraptors hunted for their prey, and huge carnivores like the Tyrannosaurus lumbered among the trees. But it's in the sky that perhaps the most impressive of these creatures could be seen. Quetzalcoatlus was the largest flying animal ever known. It had wingspans of over 15 meters, larger than a modern fighter plane. Because of their enormous size, they rarely landed, and spent most of their lives soaring in the warm upcurrents rising off the sea, making migratory journeys back and forth across the Atlantic Ocean, which was then only about half the distance across. And then one day, a new star appeared in the sky. It would have been dim at first, but as the days went by, it got brighter. Only a day or two would have passed before this light would look like a second sun. Then, a blinding flash would have lit the skies of the entire Western Hemisphere. In less than the time it takes to blink, an asteroid measuring 11 kilometers across, or about the size of Mount Everest, impacted the Earth's surface right on the coast of southern Mexico. The energy released was around 100 million megatons, or the equivalent of the entire world's nuclear arsenal, being detonated all at once, about 15,000 times over. The Earth's surface around the impact would have rippled like water under a magnitude 10 earthquake. The asteroid itself was instantly vaporized and sublimed into a core of superheated plasma over 10,000 degrees centigrade, or twice the surface temperature of the Sun. Scorching winds of more than 1,000 kilometers an hour blasted out over the continent, and tsunamis of up to 200 meters high thundered into the coasts and washed over the land for distances of 100 kilometers. Wildfires burst into light around the world as burning debris began to rain down on the Earth, and plumes of vaporized rock dust cloaked the planet in a dark shroud that blocked out the sun for years. In parts of the Earth, pellets of glass began to rain from the sky. Much of the life on planet Earth would not survive this event. All large dinosaurs quickly fell into extinction. The tyrannosaurs and the triceratops, as well as that enormous flying creature, Quetzalcoatlus. Over half of the plant species in North America were wiped out, and for years afterwards, only mushrooms and other fungi could grow, feeding on the decaying matter of the world's forests. Only small land animals, like snakes, lizards, and snails, survived, many of them by burrowing into the ground. Crawling among the dust and ash of the world's ruins were also the small rat-sized mammals from which every person you know today is ultimately descended. Today, the enormous circle of the impact crater can still be detected around the town of Chicxulub in southern Mexico. The crater is 150 kilometers wide and gouged a hole several kilometers deep into the Earth's crust. Over the next 66 million years or so, the Earth would undergo some dramatic changes. The continents of the Americas had already been drifting away from the landmass of Europe and Africa for over 100 million years, as the Earth's plates ground and cracked around each other. If you went far enough back, it would have been possible to walk from Nigeria to Brazil, from Morocco to New York, or from Spain to Canada. But now the world was split into two great landmasses, one known as Afro-Eurasia, containing Africa, Europe, and Asia, and the other known as the Americas. Driven by the powerful currents of molten rock that circulate in the planet's mantle, the Earth's crust tears apart in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Meanwhile, the North and South American continents move westwards, all at about the rate your fingernails grow. Since the time of the Chicxulub asteroid, the width of the Atlantic Ocean has grown by about 1,300 kilometers. The west coast of the Americas, from Alaska to California, down the coast of Mexico, through Colombia, Peru, and Chile, are the cutting edge of their continental plates. As they forge west, they force the Pacific Ocean floor down beneath them, crumpling as they go and forcing up huge ranges like the Rocky Mountains in North America and the Andes in the south. The titanic forces involved in this process mean the whole length of the continental coast is a hotspot for earthquakes and for volcanoes. The landscape of what is today Mexico is dominated by these volcanoes. In the south of the country, a range known as the Trans-Mexican Volcanic Belt has burst up over the last 20 million years, forming a dramatic range of snow-capped peaks. Between these mountains a highland plateau has formed where solidified lava flows have washed over one another. Today, this is known as the Valley of Mexico. The Valley of Mexico is a dramatic landscape. It sits at an altitude of over 2,000 meters, while the active volcanoes that form its walls can soar up to 6,000 meters. The land here is fertile and water is plentiful. Rain and meltwater from the mountain snows flow down the sides of the valleys and into rivers, gathering in the floor of the basin in an enormous lake, known as Lake Texcoco. Lake Texcoco was huge. It was about 40 kilometers in width and about 80 kilometers in length, bordered by a marshland of reeds and rushes. In winter, migratory birds from as far as Canada also came here to enjoy the warmer weather. In the 66 million years since the Chicxulub asteroid, the small rat-like creatures that survived had also undergone a few changes. By this time, they had transformed, generation by generation, as gradually and unstoppably as the continents. They had now diverged into the huge variety of mammals that we know today. Horses evolved in North America about 3.5 million years ago, and in times of low sea levels, they crossed over into eastern Russia, spreading from there across Asia and the rest of the Afro-Eurasian landmass. Other animals crossed in the other direction. Giant Columbian mammoths, creatures weighing over 10 tons, walked from Asia into the Americas and spread down as far as southern Mexico. The last time these sea levels dropped was during the last ice age that began around 33,000 years ago. During this time, a land bridge emerged between the continents of Asia and the Americas, and humans used this bridge to follow where the mammoths had gone before, crossing from Asia into the Americas. They travelled south from there, setting up Stone Age cultures wherever they went, and they arrived in the Valley of Mexico probably around 12,000 years ago. Around this time, the horse went extinct in America due to a combination of changing climate, collapsing ecosystems, and possibly human hunting for food. And then, around 10,000 years ago, the last ice age came to an end. Sea levels rose, and the land bridge between Asia and the Americas sank back beneath the waves forever. Horses would never return by natural means to the Americas. The human populations of the two sides of the world were now separated. One day in the future, they would meet again, and this is the story of how that happened. The earliest humans in the Valley of Mexico were hunter-gatherers. They found vast herds of mammoths roaming the pine forests bordering Lake Texcoco, and over the next millennia hunted them to extinction. Today, the earth of the valley is still littered with their bones. Agriculture began around the lake about 7,000 years ago, with humans following the natural patterns of the lake's flood cycle. Various cultures made their home here over the millennia, coalescing into larger and larger settlements, and by the year 1200 BC, a number of large villages began to rise around the valley. To the north, the lands were tough and arid, and if you travelled far enough, you'd reach the baking deserts of Chihuahua in northern Mexico. Life in the desert was hard, and so over history, countless migrating tribes and nomadic groups travelled south into the Valley of Mexico, where water was plentiful and food easier to find. So while young cities began to rise up on the shores of Lake Texcoco, wave after wave of new-coming people also arrived. The population of the valleys swelled, cultures intermingled, and more complicated forms of society began to take shape. In the early centuries of the first millennium, the valley began to be home to some of the first cities. And of these, one would soon rise to unprecedented size and power. This city was called Teotihuacan. We've encountered Teotihuacan before, in our third episode on the Mayans. Its people built towering pyramids and stately processional avenues in their capital, monopolizing a kind of green obsidian that could be found nowhere else. Its influence spread far and wide, reaching down into Central America and interfering in the politics of Mayan kingdoms. This city had an enormous influence on the region, but we know virtually nothing about its people, who they were, what language they spoke, or even what happened to them. Archaeology shows that around the year 550 AD, the entire city, all its temples and palaces, were burned. The city went into a sharp decline, and its towering pyramids fell into ruin. But its cultural influence would live on. Teotihuacan played a similar role in Mexico as the ancient Greeks did for Europeans. They inspired new cultures and left a mark on their religion, society, and art. But if Teotihuacan's people were the Greeks, then the Romans of this region were the Toltecs. After the collapse of Teotihuacan and the fall of the Mayan cities in the south, the Toltec Empire was the dominant force in Central America, ruling from the city of Tula. Just as Rome openly admired the culture of the Greeks, the Toltecs modeled themselves on the great fallen empire of Teotihuacan. They spoke a language called Nahuatl, which would quickly become the predominant language of the region. And it's clear they were outstanding craftsmen and artisans. Their artistic abilities were so famed that in Nahuatl, the word Toltec would come to be used simply to mean artist. But before long, for reasons that we don't entirely understand, the city of Tula was also abandoned, and the Toltec Empire followed Teotihuacan into ruin. And this is where our story really begins. I think it's worth taking a moment here to talk about the sources that we have about life in the time of the Aztecs. The word Aztec is not a word those people would have used about themselves. It's a later invention. They would have called themselves Mexica. And we actually have a wide variety of sources to draw from, many of them written by Mexica people who actually witnessed life before contact with Europeans. But one problem for historians is that these eyewitness accounts were all written after contact, and most several decades after the events. One of the main sources for these years was the work of the Spanish churchman Bernardo de Sahagún, who some have called the first anthropologist. He arrived in Mexico in the year 1529 and spent the next 50 years learning the language of Nahuatl, as well as studying the culture and history of its indigenous Mexica people. In the 1550s, 30 years after contact, he gathered together as many older Mexica people as he could find, who still remembered the age of the Aztecs. He wrote down their memories and collected them in an extraordinary book called A General History of the Things of New Spain, or the Historia General. The most famous section of the Historia General is known as the Florentine Codex. It's a manuscript consisting of 2,400 pages, organized into 12 books, and containing over 2,500 illustrations drawn by native artists. Bernardo de Sahagún recorded the text in both Spanish and Nahuatl. On this episode, we're joined by Jan Garcia, a native speaker of Huateca Nahuatl from Mexico, who will help us to hear the sounds of the Florentine Codex in its original Nahuatl. The Florentine Codex is an incredible account of the culture, religion, society, and history of the Aztec people. But it's important to remember that it was created under the supervision of a European priest who had his own set of agendas. The people he interviewed were remembering events and details from a distance of many years, and it's impossible to know how much they were telling Sahagún what they thought he wanted to hear. This all complicates it as a reliable source. Another key character in recording the Mexica experience was a Dominican monk called Fray Diego Duran. Duran was rare among the Europeans, most of whom never learned the indigenous languages of Mexico. He was raised from an early age by servants who spoke Nahuatl and grew up a fluent speaker. He wrote a book called The History of the Indies of New Spain, but he died without it ever being published, since he faced fierce criticism during his life for what other Spaniards saw as his excessive sympathy for the indigenous Mexicans. Towards the end of the 16th century, a handful of indigenous men also wrote down their histories. Don Fernando de Alva Ixtlilxochitl is one example. He was descended from the last king of the Aztec city of Texcoco, and although far removed from the events described, he had access to some Aztec books that had been kept a secret from the Europeans. And so these are the sources we have to rely on, each one of them potentially flawed and fragmentary. As a result, trying to find out the truth of this period can seem like navigating a hall of mirrors, reflections of reflections, leading us around in circles. But combining these accounts with archaeological evidence does allow us to piece together some of the major events of the Aztecs' rise to power. Our story begins around the year 1300 AD. And by this time, the Valley of Mexico looked like a very different place. The vast ruins of Teotihuacan and Toltec civilization could be seen all around, crumbling into the earth. The dozens of small villages around the lake had by this time grown into powerful city-states in their own right. Each one had a set of tall pyramid-shaped temples at their hearts. A thick traffic of canoes, some of them holding up to 30 people, crisscrossed the lake, bringing trade and goods to the markets in each of these cities. And the political situation had changed too. In the vacuum left by the Toltecs, a people known as the Tepanecs had grown to exert power over the other cities of the valley. They ruled from the city of Azcapotzalco, which rose on the western bank of the lake. This early form of empire had grown to an impressive size. At this point, at least 40 other cities paid tribute to them and sent soldiers to fight in their armies. It was at this time, around 1300 AD, that a new band of migrants arrived in the valley. These were what the people here called Chichimecas, a word that in Nahuatl means barbarian or savage, and it was usually applied to the groups of wandering nomads who often arrived in the valley from the northern deserts. This group claimed to have come from a land which they had been forced to flee, but which no one else had ever heard of. They called this mysterious place Aztlan. They said they had been wandering in the deserts for many years, searching for a new place to call home. They called themselves the Mexica, but today we call them by a name derived from their mythical homeland Aztlan. These were the people who would one day be called the Aztecs. We can imagine how these weary desert travelers must have felt when they crested the hills and saw the wide green valley of Mexico stretch out before them. They would have seen the cities scattered out around the lake, glittering like jewels, and they must have thought that surely, somewhere in this bountiful place, they could find a place to call home. But they were soon to be disappointed. The steady flow of people migrating south into the valley had increased the population density. Virtually all of the land in the valley had already been claimed by one city or another, and wherever they went, the city dwellers sent them away. Part of the reason for this is that the Mexica seem to have been a rough bunch. They didn't wear the embroidered clothes of the city dwellers, or have any of their sophisticated manners, and their years of fighting to survive in the wilderness had made them tough. They worshipped a fierce god, a warlike deity known as Huitzilopochtli, whose name meant hummingbird of the south. While none of the valley's city dwellers would let the Mexica settle down in their lands, they did see one obvious use for them. Several cities offered to give the Mexica food in exchange for their services as mercenaries. And so this nomadic people wandered about the valley, agreeing to fight for whoever would pay the most, and dying in other people's wars. But they must have still yearned for a real place that they could call home. After 25 years or so of fighting for other people, the Mexica must have realized that no one was going to give them a home. They would have to build one for themselves. But there was only one last piece of uninhabited land left in the whole valley. It was a place so inhospitable that none of the other peoples had even bothered to claim it. It was nothing but a marshy strip of land lying some way out in the water off the western shore of Lake Texcoco. The Mexica built canoes and paddled out to this lonely stretch of land. There they managed to build a number of small huts and a simple altar made of reeds to their god Huitzilopochtli. It was an incredibly humble start, but it was theirs. And although they were not to know it then, this swampy village would grow in the space of only 200 years to become one of the world's greatest cities. The Mexica named this settlement after one of their legendary kings, who had led them wandering through the desert, a man who had been named Tenoch. And so this place would be called Tenochtitlan. The city of Tenochtitlan expanded gradually at first. From those original few huts, the Mexica soon used up all the space on their island. But with their population growing, they would need to come up with a solution. They began to build artificial islands out in the lake. They would paddle out into the water on canoes and drive tall stakes into the shallow lake bed, then pile earth in around them until the ground rose out of the water. Over the years, these new islands spread out from the center in a chaotic pattern, connected by bridges and canals. The island city of Tenochtitlan began to grow. If you return to see Tenochtitlan a century later, in the early decades of the 1400s, the city would have been unrecognizable. It would have looked something like Venice. The city was now joined to the mainland by 3 great causeways, branching out to the north, south, and west. These were broken in the middle by wooden drawbridges, which were raised at night for security. To the east, the great expanse of the lake stretched out, although on a clear day it was possible to just about see the other shore, and the city of Texcoco that rose there. Tenochtitlan was surrounded by island gardens called chinampas. The Mexica built these by weaving together sticks and reeds to make underwater fences, which were then filled in with fertile earth. They used these island gardens to grow all kinds of crops, from maize, beans, and squashes to tomatoes, chili peppers, and all kinds of decorative flowers. The farmers paddled between these gardens in their canoes, carrying sprouted plants and tools, and bringing back the crops in baskets. Since a number of mountain springs fed into Lake Texcoco, its water had an unusually high salt content, and so the production of salt was another key industry of the area. One 16th century Spanish observer named Pedro Martir described seeing the Mexica engage in this practice.
They take the lake water, which is salty, and lead it through ditches into depressions where they thicken it. Once thickened, they boil it and then form it into balls and loaves, which they take to markets or fairs to exchange for other things. Only the subjects of the Aztec king have access to this salt, and never those who disobey his commands.
As well as farming, the Mexica would have fished and hunted. Migratory birds like geese were particularly abundant in the winter months, as the Spanish visitor Ortiz de Montellano recalls.
There are great multitudes of birds on the Mexican lagoon. There are so many that in many parts it looked like a solid lake made of birds. This happens in winter, and the Indians harvest many of them.
The Mexica also supplemented their diet with other sources of protein. Among these were several species of insect, including one they called the Axayácatl, a kind of marsh fly. Another Spanish writer, Hernando Fernandez, writing in the 16th century, describes how the Aztecs prepared this food.
The Axayácatl is a small fly, which in certain seasons is collected with nets from the lake in such great quantities that great numbers of them are cut up and mixed together to form little balls, which are sold in the markets throughout the year. The Indians cook them in salty water wrapped up in maize husks, and prepared in this way they comprise a good food, abundant and agreeable.
Other sources of food include fish eggs, eaten as a kind of caviar, and even the eggs of the Axayácatl fly itself, which were laid in enormous numbers on the mudflats and reed beds of the lake. In Nahuatl, these eggs are known as ahuautli, which loosely translates to wheat of the water. The Mexica ground these eggs into a paste, baked them into cakes, and flattened them out in tortillas. Both the Axayácatl fly and its eggs were made up of 60% pure protein, making them an exceptional dietary source. As a snack, the Mexica also liked one species of aquatic worms they called oquilixtac, which they toasted with salt. With this abundance of available food and ingenious farming techniques, a population boom took place in Tenochtitlan. It grew in the space of only a century, until it housed at least 200,000 people, larger than either London or Paris at the time. In fact, it was likely larger than any city in Europe. It soon covered a rough square of around 3 kilometers on each side, and this rapid growth had a transformative effect on the Mexica people. The rough bunch of Mexica warriors who had first arrived in the valley would have now been unrecognizable. They were a sophisticated and settled people. They successfully absorbed the old cultural traditions of the Toltecs and Teotihuacan, adopting their culture of pyramid building and stone carving. They welcomed craftsmen and learned people from all the other cities of the valley, absorbing their customs and developing astonishing skills of engineering. In 1418, the Mexica began the construction of a vast series of stone aqueducts, stretching for 4 kilometers across the lake over a series of artificial islands. These brought clean, fresh water right into the heart of the city. The Mexica also built an enormous dam that helped protect the city from seasonal flooding. Tenochtitlan was divided into a number of key districts. In the north was Cuepopan, or the place where the flowers bloom, and in the west, Moyotlan, the place of the gnats. To the east was Azcoalco, the place of the herons, and I'll post a number of incredibly beautiful maps of the city on Patreon, so you can picture its exact layout for yourself. The humble reed shrine that the Mexica first built had now been replaced by an enormous pyramid, standing at the head of a courtyard measuring 0.5 kilometer squared. Each new king had expanded this pyramid, building around and on top of the existing structure, so that today you can still see the remains of its previous versions inside its ruins, looking something like a Russian doll. This is where the great stone disc with the image of the goddess Coyolxauhqui lay, waiting to be discovered by those Mexico City electrical workers 500 years in the future. That stone once formed the base of the steps leading up to this pyramid. The city of Tenochtitlan was a place of pleasure and luxury. It had a botanical garden and even a zoo where animals were kept. 2 innovations that Spanish visitors later found remarkable, since they had seen nothing of the kind back in Europe. Drinking alcohol was strictly forbidden in Mexica society. Punishments for being found drunk in public were severe, and could even result in death, although it's clear that many people did it anyway. They drank something called pulque, a particular kind of milky alcohol brewed from the agave plant. If you walked the streets of Tenochtitlan in the 15th century, you might also see groups of people eating hallucinogenic mushrooms or drinking them in tea. These mushrooms were used widely by the Mexica for recreation, and especially among the poets and priests, for whom they took on a religious significance. One piece of oral poetry recorded in the Florentine Codex is just one example in which the effects of these narcotics were mentioned.
I have drunk fungus wine, and my heart weeps. On earth I have only pain. It matters nothing. We are all precious jewels of the god strung on a thread. We are all together jewels on his necklace.
One of the city's most remarkable sights could be found in the northern part. Here, in the district of Tlatelolco, a great market was held. This city in the lake had now become the great crossroads of all the trade in the region, with boats coming from all the lakeside cities to sell their produce. An enormous, colourful variety of food and other goods were brought from all over the valley and beyond. Cocoa and bright green quetzal feathers from the south, obsidian blades for everyday use, paper made from bark, as well as gold and silver from the north. One extract from the Florentine Codex contains a list of all the foods eaten at just one Aztec feast, and it gives you a sense of the variety that they enjoyed.
They ate white tortillas, grains of maize, turkey eggs, turkeys, and all the fruits: custard apple, mamey, yellow sapote, black sapote, sweet potato, manioc, white sweet potato, jicama, plum, jobo, guava, avocado, acacia, American cherry, and tuna.
Clothes and textiles were also sold in the great market of Tlatelolco, woven in all the different colourful patterns that the Aztecs made.
They gave them all the different kinds of precious cloaks they carried, like those mentioned here: the sun-covered style, the blue knotted style, the style covered with jars, the one with painted eagles, the style with serpent faces, the style with wind jewels, the style with turkey blood, or with whirlpools, the style with smoking mirrors.
The market was a social place, full of hustle and bustle. The Aztecs loved riddles, and while the canoe riders and market sellers mingled, they may have laughed and exchanged new ones they'd heard that week. Some examples of these Aztec riddles have survived, and we can listen to some of them now. I'll leave a small gap between the riddle and their answer in case you want to pause and try to figure it out for yourself.
What thing? 10 stones with something on their backs. They are the nails on our fingers. What thing? White stone from which green feathers are born. It is an onion. What thing? A warrior in a house made of pine branches. The eye with all its lashes.
But amid the booming life of this city, there was also a darker side to Tenochtitlan, which would have been immediately apparent to anyone who visited it. If you were a tradesman arriving in the market of Tlatelolco, it would have been hard to ignore the vast pyramid rising from the district of Tiopan. One shrine painted blue, and another a deep, dark red. The blue shrine was dedicated to the god Tlaloc, whose name meant wine of the earth. He was the god of rain and fertility, the god of life. Other gods the Aztecs worshipped include Tezcatlipoca, the god of night, and the famous Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who is often depicted as a kind of flying dragon. But the Great Red Temple was dedicated to a very different god, and on the ornately carved steps, the stones would have been darkened by a cascading stream of dried blood. The culture of the Mexica had changed dramatically over the last century, but they still held on to some aspects of their rough beginnings. Among these was the continued reverence for the fearsome hummingbird god Huitzilopochtli, the god of the sun, the god of war and sacrifice. The Aztecs believed that Huitzilopochtli took the form of the sun and every day chased his siblings, the moon and stars, across the sky. They believed that if he ran out of the energy he needed to continue this chase, the world would end, and there was only one way to supply him with that energy. In the Aztec view, every living being had a fragment of the sun lodged in their heart. They believed this is why the body gave off warmth and life. They believed that cutting out the heart of a sacrificial subject and burning it in offering to Huitzilopochtli gave him the energy he needed. For the purpose of these sacrifices, the Aztecs bred several animals, including dogs, eagles, jaguars, and deer. And of course, they are most infamous for the sacrifice of humans. Humans were sacrificed for religious purposes in various societies throughout American history. In Mexica society, this was done in a wide variety of ways, depending on which festival was being celebrated. But the most common was for a sacrificial victim to be brought to the top of one of the pyramids in Tenochtitlan and held down on a stone slab. A priest would then take a sharp dagger made of the black volcanic glass obsidian, which forms a cutting edge sharper than surgical steel. They would plunge this dagger into the victim's chest, cut through the diaphragm, and remove the heart. Human hearts are powered by their own sets of self-driving muscles, and so would continue to beat for as long as a supply of blood remained inside them, sometimes for as much as 10 minutes after being removed from the body. These still pulsating hearts were placed in a bowl and burned, allowing their energy to return to the sun. Meanwhile, the lifeless body left behind on Earth was thrown down the steps of the pyramid, where they were dismembered and fed to the animals in the city zoo. Some ceremonies also involved elements of cannibalism. It's impossible to know the full extent of this grisly practice before contact with Europeans. A number of factors complicate this question. The first is that the practice of human sacrifice was used by the Spanish as part of their justification for the colonization of the Americas. For this reason, they were inclined to exaggerate the number of people killed. The Mexica themselves may have also exaggerated the numbers in their historical documents, since boasting a large amount of sacrificial victims reflected well on their power and status, and may have also served a propaganda purpose in frightening their enemies. For instance, the Mexica claimed to have sacrificed over 80,000 people in the year 1487 for the dedication of just one temple. While we have found some traces of sacrificial burial grounds around some Aztec temples, we've never found any evidence of the kinds of mass graves that this kind of slaughter would produce. And so we're left guessing as to how many people exactly may have died. And another factor complicates matters when comparing the Aztecs to other comparable societies from history. That's the fact that sacrifice victims were usually prisoners of war, captured during battle with rival states. Warfare in the Aztec world was a highly ritualized affair. Wars began with a number of ceremonies and rituals, and would always take place in the half of the year when farmers weren't needed in the fields. And the battles themselves were very different to those fought in other parts of the world. Aztec soldiers were generally not aiming to kill their enemy on the battlefield. Their main goal was to capture the enemy soldiers and bring them back to Tenochtitlan to be sacrificed. The incentives to capture rather than kill your opponents were huge. All lower-class boys were trained as soldiers from an early age, but they would not be considered a true man until they had captured their first enemy for sacrifice. After taking 2 prisoners, he would rise through the ranks. He would be allowed to wear sandals into battle and would be rewarded with a feathered cloak. At 4 captives, the warrior would be promoted to the rank of jaguar warrior, and would be given an actual jaguar skin to wear into battle. Jaguar warriors held a similar position to European knights, and a commoner who rose to this rank had now entered the nobility. In fact, this was the only way any commoner could rise in social status. If a jaguar warrior truly excelled and captured even more, he would be promoted to the rank of eagle warrior. These were the military elite of the Mexica, and would go into battle wearing a beaked helmet and resplendent feathers. They were the most feared of all the Aztec warriors. Because of these incentives to capture rather than kill, some historians have argued that human sacrifice in Mexico actually did little more than change the location of the violence of war. While a European battle at any point in history might see tens of thousands of soldiers killed, all the violence usually took place out of sight of most of the population. Meanwhile, an Aztec battle would see relatively few casualties, but all the killing would be done where everyone in the city could see it. I think everyone should make up their own minds on how they feel about this. We shouldn't try to minimize the day-to-day horror that this practice would have involved. But it's also important to remember that sacrifice is not something that makes the Aztecs particularly exceptional when looked at in a wider historical perspective. An even more difficult question to answer is how the average Mexica person of the time felt about it all. It's likely that reactions to the practice were extremely varied and complex. Many ordinary people may have viewed it with a mixture of fear and fascination, as European peasants once felt about our own grisly, drawn-out public executions. Or perhaps they felt about it the way we feel about the more than 1 million people who die around the world in car accidents each year. A tragedy for the individuals, they may have thought, but not something that can be helped if we want the world as we know it to keep on going. Some certainly may have enjoyed the spectacle. Like the ritual slaughter of gladiators and unarmed prisoners in the Roman Colosseum, the Aztec sacrifices would have been raucous and would have reminded anyone who watched them of the fragility of their own lives and of the power of the state. The sight would have served a purpose in terrifying people into obeying their king, and of course, they would probably have got a guilty rush of pleasure as they thought, "I'm glad that's not me up there." While all of these questions are still a matter for lively debate, one thing is for sure. The practice of human sacrifice was about to increase sharply. And part of the reason for that is a dramatic change in the political landscape in the Valley of Mexico. As the year 1400 passed by, the world of the valley was about to erupt into war, and one king would soon rise to power in Tenochtitlan who would embody the warlike spirit of the Mexica like no other. He would turn this booming island city into the hub of a powerful empire, and a military force that would eventually dominate the whole valley and beyond. And his name was Itzcoatl. Little is known about the early life of Itzcoatl. His name meant obsidian serpent, and it would prove fitting to his character. Itzcoatl was a noble in the court of the Mexican king Chimalpopoca. Chimalpopoca was his nephew, and had come to the throne at the age of 20. This young king had a kind heart, but he lacked a certain degree of strength and experience. At this time, the Tepanec people still ruled the Valley of Mexico, and Tenochtitlan, like the rest of the valley, was under their thumb. And for good reason. The Tepanecs had a powerful army, supplied with fighting men by over 40 cities, and their capital city of Azcapotzalco controlled the shore of the lake, right where the 3 great causeways of Tenochtitlan met the land. And any time the aqueduct broke, its people needed the Tepanecs' permission to bring in new materials to rebuild it. And so Tenochtitlan didn't cause any trouble. They paid a regular tribute to the Tepanecs and agreed to send soldiers to fight in their wars. Part of why the Tepanecs had been so successful in the last century was down to the astonishingly long reign of their current king. His name was Tezozomoc, and if the Aztec records are correct, then by the year 1420, he was already over 100 years old. King Tezozomoc had ruled in Azcapotzalco for over 50 years, as the historian Fernando Ixtlilxochitl recalls.
He was so old that they carried him about like a child, swathed in feathers and soft skins. They always took him out into the sun to warm him up, and at night he slept between two great braziers, and he never withdrew from their glow. He was very temperate in his eating and drinking, and for this reason he lived so long.
But the Tepanecs and their old king were not loved by the other people in the valley. They ruled with a regime of violence and terror, and King Tezozomoc had a fearsome reputation, as Ixtlilxochitl recalls.
He was the most cruel man who ever lived, proud, warlike, and domineering.
The Tepanecs kept the other cities of the valley in line, with a regime of targeted assassinations and military force. Any king standing in their way was soon likely to find men sneaking into his palace with obsidian daggers, ready to cut his throat as he slept. The invasion of a Tepanec army would usually follow soon after. When Itzcoatl was just a young lord, he saw one stark example of this in the fate of the city of Texcoco, which sat on the opposite shore of the lake to Tenochtitlan. Texcoco was home to a young prince by the name of Nezahualcoyotl, who was one of the most fascinating characters in this story. Nezahualcoyotl's name meant hungry coyote, but for most of his early life he would have lived in the lap of luxury. That is, until his father, the king of Texcoco, got in the way of the ambitions of the Tepanec Empire. When Nezahualcoyotl was 15 years old, Tepanec assassins burst into his palace and murdered his father. Nezahualcoyotl hid from the assassins in the branches of a nearby tree and saw his father's death right before his eyes. When it was safe to come down, he fled the city. A Tepanec army soon marched on Texcoco. The Tepanecs demanded that the weak young king of Tenochtitlan, Chimalpopoca, also send troops to help in their war, and so the armies of Tenochtitlan helped the Tepanecs to burn down the city. The young prince Nezahualcoyotl, still grieving for his father and his slaughtered people, was forced to flee the only place he had ever called home. For 4 years, Nezahualcoyotl hid in the mountains, disguised as a commoner. He must have been terrified that assassins would find him, and that he would soon meet the same fate as his father. But Chimalpopoca, the young king of Tenochtitlan, seems to have felt a pang of regret about the part that he played in the destruction of Texcoco. He travelled to the Tepanec capital to meet the old king Tezozomoc and intervene on the young prince's behalf. I think it's an incredible image. King Chimalpopoca, a young man of 20, entering the dim-lit chamber. The ancient king Tezozomoc, swaddled in his feathers and skins, sitting beside his burning brazier for warmth. We can imagine Chimalpopoca's voice shaking a little as he asked this powerful emperor to spare the prince Nezahualcoyotl. He asked that the prince be allowed to come to Tenochtitlan to live in peace and to study at one of the city's schools. Amazingly, King Tezozomoc agreed to the proposal. And so the young Nezahualcoyotl was allowed to come down from his exile in the mountains and to live in Tenochtitlan. He studied in a kind of school called a Calmecac, where the children of the nobility learned the crafts of high society, how to become military leaders, administrators, and priests. It must have been a strange feeling for the young prince, to live just across the lake from the home that had been taken from him, and where a puppet king now ruled. He would have even been able to see his home of Texcoco across the lake on a clear day. He may have sat at the tops of the tall pyramids, gazed out over the lake, and wondered if he would ever be able to return home. He spent 10 years in Tenochtitlan, and he would always have an affinity for the city and its culture. And it's here that he met the noble Itzcoatl, the obsidian serpent. We don't know exactly when they met, but I like to think it may have been during this time. Perhaps they wandered the markets of Tlatelolco, watched the canoes coming in with sheaths of maize, and ate fish egg tortillas together. They may have walked around the great plaza of Tiopan and spoken about their shared hatred for their Tepanec rulers. And perhaps it's here that they began to hatch their plan to wrest control of the valley away from the cruel king Tezozomoc. They couldn't have known it then, but the chance they were hoping for was just around the corner. The reign of King Tezozomoc had been a golden age for the Tepanecs. But in the year 1426, the old king finally died, at the grand age of 106. And suddenly, the power of the Tepanec Empire began to falter. Tezozomoc had a great number of sons. Upon his death, one son named Tayatzin took the Tepanec throne, but one of his brothers, a man called Mashtla, fancied his chances. Mashtla toppled his brother from the throne and seized the crown for himself. A full-blown succession crisis erupted, and civil war broke out across the Tepanec lands. And suddenly, the city of Tenochtitlan found itself right at the center of it. The kindly young king Chimalpopoca had a strong sense of fairness. He backed what he saw as the rightful king, but the usurper Mashtla was of course enraged. He began to exchange insults with Chimalpopoca, and at one point even sent him a gift of women's clothing. Chimalpopoca was by this time around 30 years old, but he still had that strain of youthful naivety. In the year 1427, he was lying asleep in his palace when a band of trained killers crept over its walls. They snuck into the bedchamber of King Chimalpopoca and killed him. The Tepanec usurper, King Mashtla, must have been delighted when he heard the news, but he didn't realize that he had scored something of an own goal. The death of the kindly King Chimalpopoca made way for another, much stronger king to rise in Tenochtitlan. Now was the turn of Itzcoatl, and he would spell the end of the Tepanec Empire. Itzcoatl partnered with the exiled prince Nezahualcoyotl, and together the two of them went from city to city around the valley, gathering people to their cause. And everywhere they went, they found people who had had enough of the Tepanec's rule. The Aztec chronicles record that they gathered an army of up to 100,000 men. And when the Tepanec's most loyal ally, the city of Tlacopan, joined the war on Itzcoatl's side, King Mashtla must have known that his days were numbered. But he didn't give up without a fight. The war raged on for 2 years. At first, the Tepanecs besieged Tenochtitlan. They knew that if they could take out the island city early on, the resistance to them would be destroyed. But the lake city was exceptionally well placed to withstand a siege, and so a steady stream of goods and reinforcements would have easily passed in and out of the city by canoe. Tenochtitlan held out, until King Itzcoatl arrived with his army and sent the besieging Tepanecs packing. Their retreat quickly turned into a rout, and the combined forces of Itzcoatl and Nezahualcoyotl marched on the Tepanec capital of Azcapotzalco in the year 1428. They encircled it, broke down its walls, and burned it to the ground. The usurper king Mashtla was dragged back to the city of Tenochtitlan and killed at the top of its great temple. The era of Tepanec rule was over, and now a new power ruled in the valley. Prince Nezahualcoyotl returned to his home of Texcoco and ruled as its king, 10 years after he had fled as a frightened child. Itzcoatl also ruled in Tenochtitlan, and together with the smaller partner of Tlacopan, they formalized a treaty that would see them rule over the Valley of Mexico together. These three cities divided up the former Tepanec lands, and their kings agreed to cooperate in future wars of conquest, dividing the tribute between them. This was a treaty known as the Triple Alliance, and it would form the foundations of a true empire in the region, a power that would one day come to be known as the Aztec Empire. Writing in the 1840s, the historian W.H. Prescott wrote that he believed there were two sides to the Aztec character, and he thought these two sides actually came from different sources. Their high-minded and austere culture, their refined etiquette, mathematical skills and love of poetry must have been inherited from the refined ancient empire of the Toltecs, he wrote. But the other side of their character was also there, the side of blood sacrifice, the side that relished the thrill of battle and conquest. He suggested that this came from their nomadic, tribal beginnings. This theory is pretty simplistic and impossible to prove, but it does show you how much the two conflicting sides of the Aztecs have puzzled historians for almost as long as they have been studied. And during this period, these two sides were embodied in the characters of the two kings, Itzcoatl and Nezahualcoyotl. When Nezahualcoyotl returned to rule in Texcoco, he was a fair and relatively peaceful king. He built a temple there where he banned the practice of human sacrifice, and even the sacrifice of animals. He was also a lover of literature. He built a great library in Texcoco, gathering together all the manuscripts that he could, ornately painted documents, written in pictographs on deer skin and bark paper. And he even wrote poetry himself, which was passed down by word of mouth before being written down by the Spanish in the 16th century. This extract from one of his more famous songs shows that Nezahualcoyotl believed that poetry helped to soothe the pain of living.
Perhaps my friends will be lost. My companions will vanish when I lie down in that place. Flowers are our only garments, only songs make our pain subside.
But his partner king, Itzcoatl, was different. He had the ambition of establishing this new Triple Alliance as an imperial power to surpass anything the Tepanecs had achieved, and he was happy to use any ruthless methods to do it. Helping him in this task was a shadowy figure known only to history as Tlacaelel. Tlacaelel had been the brother of the kindly King Chimalpopoca, killed in his bed by Tepanec assassins. But he had none of Chimalpopoca's softness. Throughout the war with the Tepanecs, he had acted as an advisor to Itzcoatl, and rose through the ranks of the royal court to become his chief advisor. He would hold this position through the reign of 3 subsequent kings, and some have claimed that throughout this time, Tlacaelel was the true ruler of the Aztec Empire. Although he was offered the crown multiple times, he always refused it, preferring to remain in the shadows, the power behind the throne. On one hand, Tlacaelel was a dedicated reformer. He was determined to turn the Aztec state into an efficient machine, improving and modernizing its administration and methods for collecting taxes. But the kind of state that Tlacaelel wanted to build also had some remarkable and terrifying similarities to dictatorships that we might recognize from our more recent history. First of all, Tlacaelel understood the importance of controlling information. As soon as Itzcoatl took the throne in Tenochtitlan, Tlacaelel advised him to order an inspection of its library, and to destroy any historical texts that they found inconvenient to their narrative. This act is remembered in the Aztec Chronicles.
Once they used to keep a record of their history, but it was burned at the time when Itzcoatl reigned in Mexico. It was agreed, and the nobles of Mexico said, "It is not fitting that all the people should know the paintings. The common serfs will be led astray, and the earth will be made crooked, because in the documents are many lies, and many heroes have been taken for gods."
Here, the division between the two sides of the Aztec character couldn't be more pronounced. On one side of the lake, King Nezahualcoyotl was writing poetry and building a library, while on the other, Itzcoatl was burning books in bonfires. And while Nezahualcoyotl had banned human sacrifice, King Itzcoatl would preside over a massive increase in the practice. And once again, the advisor Tlacaelel seems to be behind it. I think Tlacaelel understood all too well the power of the violent public spectacle as a means for controlling the masses. I think he wanted the people of the valley to truly fear the power of their state, and fear it they did. Alongside an increase in public brutality, Tlacaelel also reformed the religion of the valley. The Mexica war god Huitzilopochtli had before been one among several gods, like Tlaloc and Quetzalcoatl, but he would now be raised to rule over all the others, elevating the Mexica to the status of God's chosen people. The power of the military was now paramount in Aztec society. Tlacaelel claimed that only warriors who died in battle would go to serve Huitzilopochtli in the afterlife. This was a new age of militarism, in which the warriors who died in battle were honored as the supreme heroes. One hymn, meant to be sung by all the people of Tenochtitlan, embodies the new warlike spirit of this age.
The bonfire smokes, shields thunder, god of the ringing bells. The flower of the enemy shudders, eagles and tigers resound. The dust grows yellow, red blossoms shall bud, unfold, and open into flower. O God Eagle, in your house you rule. Your banner trembles and flames, and the bonfire crackles.
Partly due to this new militaristic attitude, the Aztec Empire expanded with unstoppable speed. King Itzcoatl gathered a great army and marched on his neighboring cities, conquering them one by one. At one point, Diego Duran writes that Tlacaelel gave this proclamation to the lords of the gathered cities.
We are capable of conquering the entire world.
And for a time, that's what it must have looked like. Soon all the other cities around Lake Texcoco were subdued. Other states, alarmed by the rapid expansion of the Aztecs, gave in to all their demands without a fight and paid regular tribute. Soon, the Aztecs began to send their armies out beyond the valley. marching through the mountain passes cut between the volcanoes. When the king Itzcoatl died in the year 1440, a new king, Moctezuma I, rose to power. He reformed the Aztec Empire and massively expanded it, turning Tenochtitlan into the dominant party in the former Triple Alliance. The war over the Aztec character was being won, and it was the warlike, domineering side of Tenochtitlan that was coming out on top. When Moctezuma I died, he was followed by the kings Ashayarkatl and Tizok, who both expanded the empire even further, and all these kings had the same shadowy figure Tlacaelel advising them. Aztec armies marched into the lands to the north, bringing the desert peoples under their rule. They marched south and made inroads into the land of the Maya and on to the Pacific coast. And they went east and conquered lands on the Atlantic coast too. Tenochtitlan was never an empire in the way we might imagine it. It usually didn't occupy the lands it conquered, and it rarely set up garrisons or installed administrators, except in the most rebellious provinces. It was more like a network of tribute, which saw wealth flow in one direction, to the city of Tenochtitlan. The historian Inga Clendinnen describes it in the following manner.
Tenochtitlan was a beautiful parasite, feeding on the lives and labour of other peoples, and casting its shadow over all of their arrangements.
The administration of the empire was conducted along a remarkable communications network, made up of well-maintained roads, heading to every town and village. There were no horses in the Americas, so messages were carried by runners stationed every 4 kilometers or so along the roads. Each messenger would run those 4 kilometers and then pass on the message to the next runner. In this way, messages could pass the whole length of the empire in only a matter of days. But the Aztecs didn't rule with kindness. In the villages they conquered, their soldiers and tax collectors were hated. They took the people's food and goods in taxation, took their people for sacrifice, and brutally put down any resistance. There was one people who the Aztecs treated with an unmatched level of cruelty. These were called the Tlaxcalans, a people who spoke Nahuatl and who lived just over the mountains to the east of the Valley of Mexico. If you listened to the Tlaxcalans, they would tell you that the Aztecs had tried and failed many times to conquer them. But the Aztecs would claim that they could have conquered them at any time, and simply chose not to. Either way, a strange kind of situation developed. The Tlaxcalans remained independent, but they were at a constant state of war with the Aztec Empire. The Aztecs surrounded and blockaded them, stopping any luxury goods, such as salt or fine textiles, entering their lands. And the Tlaxcalans were also forced to compete each year in an event known as the Flower Wars. The name Flower War is a curious pairing of words, and the Nahuatl language is particularly fond of these kinds of pairs. In English, we do this too. We talk about our bread and butter, our heart and soul, or sticks and stones. These are pairs of words that together mean something else, and this was a big feature of Nahuatl. If they wanted to say that someone gave a speech, the Mexica would say he gave his word and breath. They described your village as your water and hill. When someone died, they passed into cold and silence. And if you did something in secret, you were doing it in clouds and mist. Their word for poetry was flower and song. In Nahuatl, flower meant poetic and beautiful. In Aztec poems, warriors are often said to die what they call a flowery death, that is, a noble, poetic death. If a warrior died in battle, they were believed to be resurrected among what the Aztecs called flower and bird. That is, they may become part of the natural world around them, as this piece of Aztec oral poetry suggests.
Bells clamour. The chief is resplendent. He who makes the world live is full of delight. The flowers of the shield are opening their petals. Glory spreads. It revolves around the earth. Here is the intoxication of death in the midst of the plain. There, as war breaks out on the plain, the chieftain shines, spins, gyrates with flowery death in war. Fear not, my heart. On the plain I covet death by the obsidian knife. All that our hearts desire is death.
The flower wars were highly theatrical, and would have looked something like a Mardi Gras parade. The Mexica war bands dressed in their most extravagant and brightly coloured clothes, the jaguar warriors in their mottled skins, the eagle warriors in their bright feathers, all carrying brightly coloured shields hung with feathers and embroidered with heraldic symbols, the flapping of orange cloaks and red hats, some wearing masks, tassels and jangling bells. But all this colour shouldn't fool you. The stakes in the flower wars were still very real. Warriors would have carried spears, obsidian daggers, and a weapon known as a macahuitl, roughly equivalent to a sword. These looked something like a cricket bat, but with the edge ringed with shards of obsidian glass. As with most Aztec warfare, the point wasn't to kill, but to capture prisoners for sacrifice. After a flower war, the skulls of executed prisoners were displayed as grisly trophies on enormous racks in the city of Tenochtitlan, some of which have been uncovered by archaeology. The largest ever found was discovered at the main temple and contained over 650 skulls. The Tlaxcalans led a pretty miserable existence. They were starved and impoverished and forced to participate in this ritual slaughter of their citizens. Unsurprisingly, this gave them a bitter hatred for the Aztecs. And this ultimately is where the seeds of the whole empire's collapse would be sown. The Aztecs had risen to power in the first place because the Tepanec Empire was so hated around the valley. The Tepanec's cruel regime meant that in the end, no one was willing to fight alongside them, and their allies were easily convinced to turn against them. History would later show that the Aztecs should have learned this lesson. When the shadowy advisor Tlacaelel passed away peacefully at the age of 90, he died a happy man. The year was 1487. The island city of Tenochtitlan was now the beating heart of an empire that stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. It governed the lives of as many as 6 million people, and was on course to become the greatest empire that the continent had ever seen. But in little over 30 years, this whole society would come crashing down. That's because they would soon encounter another power that would outmatch them in military force, in ruthlessness, and at times in cruelty. Only 30 years or so after the death of Tlacaelel, the chronicles in the Florentine Codex record that once again over Mexico, a mysterious light appeared in the sky. It was a comet of dazzling brilliance, and as the days went on, it grew brighter.
Okmatlakxiwitl, sentlamantli tetzawitl achtones, iluikatitech, yuki intemiyawatl.
10 years before the arrival of the Spaniards, an omen first appeared in the sky, like a flame or tongue of fire, like the light of dawn. It appeared to be throwing off sparks and seemed to pierce the sky. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. It looked as though it reached the very middle of the sky, its very heart and centre. It showed itself off to the east. When it came out at midnight, it appeared like the dawn.
Although no one could have guessed it, this light in the sky was a harbinger of the end of the Aztec age. As we saw earlier, during the low sea levels of the last ice age, a land bridge existed from Asia that Stone Age humans used to cross into the Americas. But as sea levels rose from about 16,000 years ago, that bridge was swallowed up by the waves. Humanity was now separated into two vast populations, one on each of the world's two great landmasses. And although neither of them knew it, the separation of the continents was the starting pistol in a race for their very survival. At some point in the future, these two populations would meet. And the developments they made during the intervening 16,000 years would determine which of them would survive that encounter. For a number of reasons, the people who settled in the smaller landmass, the continents of the Americas, were at an inherent disadvantage. There are a lot of factors at play here. This is a hotly contested subject that people feel understandably emotional about. But for me, the most obvious and first point to make is that the people of the Americas had simply arrived in their lands later than other humans. We evolved as a species in Africa between 300 and 200,000 years ago, and in the last 60,000 years began to migrate out of Africa and on to the rest of the world. We reached southern Asia by about 50,000 years ago, China by 40,000 years ago, and most of Europe by 30,000 years ago. This means that humans had already settled in virtually the whole Afro-Eurasian landmass for tens of thousands of years before they ever set foot in the Americas. All that time they spent growing their populations and steadily making the incredibly slow transition from hunter-gatherers to part-time farmers, and then from part-time to full-time farmers. Their settlements grew until the early cradles of civilization, like the Indus Valley, Egypt and Mesopotamia, burst into the light of history around 7,000 years ago. As we saw in the last episode, a cradle of civilization takes a long time to form. And part of the reason for this is that virtually every food we eat today didn't exist until we came along and created it. Far from the bountiful Garden of Eden, the Earth originally didn't provide that much to eat for its human inhabitants, and what little there was would have tasted pretty bad. From wheat and barley to bananas, peas and oranges, each delicious food we know today began as an ancestor that was much more unpalatable, much less nutritious, and much more difficult to digest. The banana is just one of countless examples. It began in Southeast Asia as an unrecognizable wild species, with bluish-green skin and many large, hard seeds. They're virtually inedible to humans, but over millennia, desperate hunter-gatherers would have picked the ones that were most bearable to eat and taken them home. The seeds from these would have grown near to their settlements, and later these early humans would begin to cultivate them in a more purposeful way, picking only the juiciest of their new crop to create the next generation. Incredibly slowly, so slowly that no one would have noticed the difference over their lifetime, the plant began to change. Its seeds got smaller, its flesh got sweeter and creamier, and its skin turned that deep yellow we all recognize today. We owe so much to the work of those thousands of nameless generations who tirelessly domesticated these plants. It took many thousands of years for the people of Mesopotamia to change wild mountain grasses into the nutritious wheat and barley that we know today. This process began as early as 10,000 BC, and from there these cereals spread to the rest of Afro-Eurasia. Peas and pulses like lentils were another of the earliest domesticated crops. Wild peas were even eaten by Neanderthals, as the 46,000-year-old remains from the Shanidar cave in Kurdistan seem to show. But modern peas were first domesticated in Iraq as early as 11,000 years ago. This was nothing short of an agricultural revolution that fueled the growth of early societies. As the quality of these foods improved, they offered greater nutrition to our diets, higher calories and more protein, and it became possible to support larger populations. But the people of the Americas were much newer to their lands. The earliest people to ever live in the Valley of Mexico would have only just arrived around the year 12,000 BC, about the time that peas and wheat were already beginning to be cultivated in Mesopotamia. These earliest Mexicans found huge herds of mammoths and other animals that could be hunted. It would have been several millennia before they began to feel the pressure to move away from their hunter-gatherer lifestyles. Due to this, one of the most common foodstuffs in the Americas, maize or corn, only began to be domesticated around 7,000 years ago. At this time, the Ubaid culture in Mesopotamia was already a thriving agricultural society, as we saw in the previous episode. This meant that in the long, arduous work of domesticating crops, the people of the Old World had something like a 3 or 4 millennia head start. Some have suggested that the nature of the plants themselves may have also been a factor. And once again, the people of the Americas suffered a stroke of bad luck. One of the most common foodstuffs in Mexico was corn, which likely descended from a plant called teosinte. This is an incredibly bitter kind of grass. It looks nothing like the rich yellow globes of corn we know today, and since such a drastic change had to be bred into this unappetizing plant, it may have taken longer for early people in the Americas to domesticate it than for the people in Mesopotamia to turn wild grass into wheat, or wild peas into lentils, neither of which require such a dramatic transformation. And there are other factors too. In the Americas, a lower diversity of animals also acted as a disadvantage. There were only 2 animals in the Aztec world that could be domesticated, turkeys and dogs. But in the Old World, livestock like sheep, goats and pigs contributed greatly to the amount of protein available to the population. Cows were a rich source of meat and milk, and could also be used as pack animals to carry loads and pull ploughs. But above all, there was the horse. Although the horse had evolved in the Americas, it had been extinct there since the last ice age. It's sometimes said that the indigenous American empires like the Aztecs never invented the wheel, but that's not actually true. We found numerous examples of clay toys made for Mexica children, which include perfectly engineered wheels. I'll put some examples of these on Twitter and Patreon for you to see. But if the Aztecs ever experimented with wheels for larger vehicles, it's likely they would have quickly given up on the idea. Without any horses or oxen to pull a cart, the design of the wheel wouldn't have saved much labor. The Aztecs simply carried things from place to place using straps that attached to their forehead. This worked well enough for them, but it tied a large proportion of the population down in manual labor. And compared to the horse-driven power of the Old World, it was just another setback. The Afro-Eurasian landmass is just about exactly twice the size of the combined continents of the Americas. This larger habitable area, along with the extra tens of thousands of years that people had lived there, meant that the population in the Old World was much higher. Estimates for the population of the Americas pre-contact vary wildly. Some historians have gone as low as 8 million, while others have gone as high as over 100 million. But I find an estimate of about 60 million to be reasonable. But compared to the Old World, the difference is stark. By contrast, China alone had surpassed 140 million by the year 1200, a century before the Aztecs had even arrived in the Valley of Mexico. This larger population meant simply that there were more human brains put to work on the business of inventing new things, and vast trade networks like the Silk Road meant that if something was invented in China or India, it would only be a matter of years before it would be available in Europe. Due to their 3 or 4 millennia head start in domesticating crops, and all these other advantages, the timelines of the two sides of the world show a marked difference. While the people of Mesopotamia developed pottery over 7,000 years ago, the first pottery in Mexico would not begin for another 2,500 years. While bronze making began in India and the Near East around 3,300 BC and spread to Europe and East Asia in the following centuries, experimentation with bronze work was only just getting started in Mexico when Tenochtitlan was at its height in the 14th century. High-carbon steel was invented in South India in the 6th century BC and exported around the Old World. It would never be invented in the Americas. By the 5th century AD, Mexico's first empire of Teotihuacan had only just reached its height, but the Old World had already seen millennia pass that saw the rise and fall of the Sumerian, Egyptian, Assyrian, Babylonian, Persian, Greek, and Roman empires. When Teotihuacan fell around the year 550, China's Chen dynasty had invented matches, and Indian engineers had invented the spinning wheel. When the Toltec Empire fell in the Valley of Mexico, around the beginning of the 12th century, the Chinese had already invented gunpowder and a magnetic compass for use at sea. When the Mexica people arrived in the Valley of Mexico around the year 1300 AD, Arab and European scientists had already described rules for the refraction of light, and Italian craftsmen had invented the first eyeglasses. By the time the Aztec emperors Itzcoatl and Nezahualcoyotl were born, the first handheld cannons had been invented in China, and naval artillery had been used for the first time in Korea. While the poet Nezahualcoyotl built his personal library in Texcoco, and Itzcoatl burned the books of Tenochtitlan, the printing press was invented in Germany. And in the middle of the 15th century, the arquebus, an early form of musket, was developed in Spain. All the people of the Americas were incredibly ingenious and inventive, and the Aztecs were no exception, but they could never make up that 3 or 4 millennia head start. The race that would determine the outcome of the coming War of the Worlds had always been rigged against them. One technology above all others would prove to be the decisive factor in the coming collision of worlds, and that would be the ocean-going ship. In the 14th to 15th centuries, developments in naval technology gave rise to a new kind of vessel, known as the caravel. Until then, Europeans had been restricted to only navigating around the coasts. But Portuguese craftsmen were soon able to develop larger and more powerful ships. Caravels allowed them to explore along the coast of Africa, and by the end of the 1400s, these had been upgraded to the much larger and more powerful carracks. These were large, durable ships with as many as 6 sails, well suited for long ocean-going voyages. And they also weighed well over 1,000 tons, large enough to carry huge amounts of supplies, suitable for voyages of many months. The carrack meant that regular voyages could now take place between Europe and India, all around the coast of Africa and even on to China. While the Silk Road cities like Baghdad, Tashkent and Samarkand had once been the hubs of the world's trade, those centres began to move to Europe along these newly opened trade routes. European cities swelled with incoming wealth, and in the final decades of the 15th centuries, the European countries that looked out over the Atlantic Ocean began to wonder if they could make even more ambitious voyages. In the year 1492, only 5 years after the death of that shadowy advisor Tlacaelel in Tenochtitlan, a carrack called the Santa Maria was sailing across the Atlantic Ocean, accompanied by 2 smaller caravels. On board was the explorer Christopher Columbus. The Aztecs knew no more about those 3 ships than the enormous pterodactyl Quetzalcoatlus knew about the asteroid that had once sped steadily towards the Gulf of Mexico. But as a light once again appeared in the sky over Central America, that blazing blood-red comet, a new threat just as deadly was speeding their way, one that would take them completely by surprise and change their world forever. It's now finally time to introduce the 2 great actors in the drama that is about to unfold. And we'll check in with both of them in the year 1502. The first of these characters is the most wealthy and powerful man in the world, at least as far as he knows. He is the king of the Aztecs, a man named Moctezuma II. And the year 1502 was the year of his coronation. Like most Mexica of his time, Moctezuma had dark, wavy hair and was of average height. He had an aquiline nose and a large forehead. People who knew him recall that his voice was eloquent, courteous, and diplomatic, but he spoke with a kind of quiet force. Some say that he spoke so quietly that the movements of his lips could barely be seen. Moctezuma was 35 years old. He was the 9th king of Tenochtitlan, coming to power when the empire was at the height of its confidence. The people of the capital must have had high hopes that he would carry their young empire to even greater glory. A Mexica coronation was a drawn-out and splendid affair. Moctezuma first went into spiritual retreat for a few days, fasting and praying in the temples. Once that was done, there would have been a raucous ceremony, with music, dancing, festivals, feasts, and the arrival of visiting nobility from all over the Aztec lands. After the coronation, it was traditional to go to war and bring back captives to be sacrificed. For this purpose, Moctezuma crushed a number of rebellions across the empire and brought many captives back to Tenochtitlan. The blood would have run down the steps of the temple for days. Moctezuma would have overseen these sacrifices, wearing a headdress made of shimmering green quetzal feathers. And we can imagine the cheering of the crowds as the new emperor raised his hands, and all the lands of the Aztecs bowed down beneath him. The second actor in this drama couldn't have been more different. To find him, we will have to travel nearly 9,000 kilometers to the east, across the wide expanse of the ocean. Eventually, we reach the limestone cliffs of Europe, and fly over forests of cypresses and pines until we land in the small village of Medellin in Spain. Medellin sits on the river Guadiana, dotted with conifers and olive trees, with the imposing shape of a 10th century castle sitting on a rocky outcrop over the village. Its houses are painted white with terracotta tiles, and in one of these houses, a 17-year-old boy is sitting alone and studying. He has a sickly, pale look about him. In fact, as a child, he was so frail that his parents expected him to die of sickness on several occasions. At the age of 14, he had been sent to study Latin with an uncle in the city of Salamanca, and his parents had hoped this would set him up for a legal career. But the boy hated his time there, and after 2 years he returned home, much to the disappointment of his parents. Now it's 1502. On the other side of the ocean, the Emperor Moctezuma is climbing that tall pyramid to be crowned, and this teenager is stuck in his small Spanish hometown. The monotony of his life makes him irritable and unpleasant, as the 16th century Spanish historian Francisco López de Gomara recalls.
He was a source of trouble to his parents, as well as to himself, for he was restless, haughty, mischievous, and given to quarrelling.
This boy's name was Hernando Cortés, known to his friends as Hernán. If you looked in his eyes at the age of 17, you may not have imagined what lay in this boy's future. But perhaps you would have seen a little flicker in the centre of those eyes, and if you looked closer, it may have looked like the fluttering of flames. Cortés was a member of a class known as the Hidalgos. They had noble ancestry, but didn't own any land, and with little by way of inheritance, being the son of a Hidalgo wasn't the most envious position. As Cortés approached the age of 18, he knew what path awaited him. He wanted to go to fight in Italy, where a number of wars were raging, and where there would always be demand for mercenaries. But the closer that day approached, the more he began to hear of discoveries that were happening on the other side of the world. When Cortés was 7 years old, Columbus had landed in the Caribbean, and by the time Cortés was 18, the explorer Amerigo Vespucci had published a work in Latin called Mundus Novus, or The New World. In this work, he suggested that the lands discovered by Columbus were not the edge of Asia, as had previously been thought, but an entirely new landmass. The relatively new technology of the printing press had spread this idea around all of Europe and beyond. A frenzy for exploration had begun. Since then, stories had begun to flow back to Europe about the opportunity that might await on the other side of the sea. Veritable mountains of gold. The more Cortés heard these stories, the more he lost his previous enthusiasm for Italy. He soon made up his mind, as recalled by the historian de Gomara.
He considered which of the two routes would suit him best, and decided to cross over to the Indies, because it seemed to him a more profitable journey than the one to Naples, on account of the great quantity of gold which had come from there.
Cortés dallied around the port town of Valencia for 2 years. He loved to gamble, a habit that never left him, but despite this vice and others, he soon had enough money to buy passage on a ship across the Atlantic. He finally set sail in the year 1504, at the age of 19. Cortés wrote down no account of his roughly 2-month journey across the sea, but one Dominican friar who wrote down his experience some years later gives us some sense of what it must have been like.
The ship is a very strong and narrow prison from which no one can flee. The heat, the stuffiness, and the sense of confinement are sometimes overpowering. The bed is ordinarily the floor. Most passengers go about as if out of their mind or in poor health. There is a terrible smell, especially below deck.
It must have been a relief when he finally landed on the island of Hispaniola, which is today divided between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. This was the island where Columbus had first landed in the New World, and where the first European settlements in the Americas began. Christopher Columbus actually went to his grave insisting that he had not discovered a new continent. An ironic detail, considering this is the achievement we all remember him for. His goal had been to reach the east coast of Asia, and he never admitted that he had failed. But this confusion didn't stop him from settling in Hispaniola and enslaving as many indigenous people there as he could. He worked tens of thousands of them to death in his gold mines. The scale of his use of slave labor was shocking even for those at the time, and back in Spain people started to refer to Columbus with the nickname Pharaoh. Perhaps as many as 200,000 indigenous people were killed under his regime, which ruled with terror and sadistic punishments over the native people. To save the faint of heart, I won't go into details here, but the cruelty of Columbus's regime would have made even most Aztec kings look benign by comparison. In the year 1500, the rumors of Columbus's brutality became too much for the Spanish king, who had him removed from power. But the situation hardly improved for Hispaniola's native people, and in 1513, the first African slaves were imported to make up the devastated population of the island. Hispaniola set the pattern for what the European settlement of the New World would look like. It was a steamroller that crushed all other forms of life beneath it. And this was a pattern that would be repeated countless times over the coming centuries. We don't know what Cortés thought of Hispaniola when he got there. At the age of 18, he registered as a citizen, which meant he was given a plot of land to build a house and farm on, complete with a staff of enslaved locals. Since he had a couple of years' legal training, he was given a job as a notary in a small town for the next 6 years. He witnessed legal documents and learned the ins and outs of law right there at the edge of the known world. But that same boredom he'd felt as a child began to creep over him, and in 1511 he gave in to the siren call of more exciting prospects. A man named Diego de Velázquez, 20 years older than Cortés and already a powerful man in the New World, planned to lead an expedition to conquer the neighboring island of Cuba and repeat there what they had done in Hispaniola. Cortés signed up to go with him. He was one of only 300 men who landed in Cuba and began the process of crushing native resistance. It was a campaign marked by extreme cruelty and indiscriminate violence. Cortés wasn't a soldier. He was the clerk to the treasurer of the expedition, responsible for noting down all the profits acquired and ensuring that the Spanish crown got a fifth of everything gained, as it did from all such expeditions. When the invasion of Cuba was complete, Velázquez was sufficiently impressed with Cortés's legal skill that he appointed him his personal secretary. In Cuba, they set up the settlement of Santiago, and Cortés was appointed its municipal magistrate. As a reward, Velázquez gifted him a large estate, including gold mines, and even more enslaved people to work for him. Cortés's power grew, and it's clear that soon Governor Velázquez viewed him as a potential rival. Around this time, Cortés grew his beard thick and began to dress like a king, wearing an extravagant hat with a large plumed feather, a medallion of gold, and a black velvet cloak. But no matter how much wealth he amassed, Cortés was never satisfied. Once again that boredom set in, and he began looking over the horizon and wondering what else might be out there. His answer came in the following years, as a number of expeditions began making further advances to the mainland of the Americas itself. In 1517, an expedition led by one Francisco Hernández de Córdoba explored the coast of Mexico for the first time. They met Mayan people living here on the north coast of the Yucatan Peninsula and were impressed by their cities, which were larger than anything they'd seen in Hispaniola or Cuba. But the expedition was ill-fated. The Spaniards repeatedly ran out of water, and the Mayans, perhaps initially impressed at their guns and steel armor, quickly realized that this small group could be easily overwhelmed. They were attacked, and 50 Spaniards were killed, with the expedition leader later dying of his wounds. At this time, no one was really sure what this landmass was. Most believed it was just another large island, while others continued to maintain that it was the mainland of Asia. All they knew was that a long coast stretched out on either side with an unknown amount of land behind it. The unlucky Córdoba expedition was followed a year later in 1518 by another, led by the Spaniard Juan de Grijalva. This time, the Spanish took greater protection. They armed their ships with small cannons called culverins, capable of shooting a 10-kilogram cannonball around 400 meters. Cortés doesn't seem to have paid much attention to these expeditions, perhaps occupied with his work in Cuba. But when Juan de Grijalva failed to return from his voyage, rumors and worries began to spread. Diego Velázquez, the governor of Cuba, put together a search and rescue party with the intention of going after Grijalva and finding out what had happened to him. For whatever reason, Cortés was chosen to lead this expedition. He wasn't the most obvious choice for it. He was relatively young, only 33 years old, and he had never led an army or commanded any kind of military post. I think it's possible Velázquez hoped that Cortés would be killed on this expedition. It might have seemed like an excellent way to get rid of this ambitious upstart. But despite his military inexperience, Cortés was a good diplomat and clearly had a way with words. In just 1 month, he had convinced 300 men to follow him and put together 6 ships ready for this rescue mission to the New World. There was only one problem. Before they could set off, Juan de Grijalva, the lost Spaniard who they were setting out to find, sailed back into port. He had been delayed while exploring the coast of Mexico, but he brought back some incredible stories. He had seen cities built with tall pyramids and streets paved with stone. And he had met a delegation from a powerful king who was said to live there, and who called himself Moctezuma. Despite these enticing stories, this must have taken the wind out of Cortés's sails. He now had a fully funded search party for someone who was no longer missing. And for Governor Velázquez, this was enough of a reason to pull his support for the voyage. If Grijalva had come back, perhaps it wasn't so dangerous over there at all, and the last thing he wanted was for Cortés to get the glory that came with making new discoveries. But that restless, mischievous boy had never really left Cortés, and perhaps his old love of gambling also played a part. He decided that he would go ahead with the mission anyway, that he would sail to this new land against the wishes of the governor and discover the truth about this king across the water. Cortés gave the order to depart as soon as possible, before Governor Velázquez could stop him. Velázquez had been supplying all the food for the journey, and so they would depart with no supplies. But they set sail anyway, departing from Santiago on November the 18th, 1518. According to some sources, the governor heard of Cortés's plan at the last moment, and hurried down to the docks to find his 6 ships already pulling away from port. He's said to have called out to him.
"Why, compadre? Is this the way you leave? Is this a fine way to say farewell to me?"
On hearing this, Cortés called back this famous reply.
"Forgive me, your worship, for this and similar things have to be done rather than thought about."
Velázquez watched as Cortés and his men set sail, but he knew they wouldn't get far. They were still drastically short on food. They sailed around the coast of Cuba for weeks, but everywhere they went, they found that Governor Velázquez had already sent orders ahead of them, telling the people of Cuba not to give any supplies to this rogue expedition. But enough people were willing to barter with them. They brought up loaves of cassava bread, beef and pork pickled in brine, salt fish and salted biscuits, along with some live chickens. They even ran into 200 men who had been on Juan Grijalva's expedition, and some assorted others who all agreed to join them. Their numbers swelled to around 630 men, and their number of ships to 11. They brought along 13 horses, which they hoisted onto the ships with a pulley and kept on deck throughout the crossing. They also brought several cannons, those same light culverins that the Grijalva mission had used. They also brought dogs, large, powerful mastiffs that had been used on European battlefields for centuries. Among the men were 30 crossbowmen and 12 who carried arquebuses, an early form of musket. After weeks of going from port to port, they had enough to make the voyage across the sapphire blue waters. The invasion of Mexico had begun. Some of the main sources we have for what happens next are the so-called cartas of Cortés. These are the letters that he wrote throughout his expedition and sent back to King Charles V of Spain.
Sent to His Sacred Majesty the Emperor, our sovereign, by Don Fernando Cortés, Captain General of New Spain, in which he gives an account of the lands and provinces without number that he has newly discovered in Yucatan in the year 1519 and subjected to His Majesty's royal crown. And in particular,
the letters are remarkable for a number of reasons. For one thing, they're the only set of documents that we know were written at the time of the invasion, by someone who was definitely there. And they also have a remarkable literary ambition, full of detail and colour. But of course, they also have their problems as historical sources. Cortés was not classically educated, and he wouldn't have been familiar with the epics of Greek and Latin, but he did enjoy reading the romances that were popular in Spain at the time. Tales of daring by adventurous knights fighting against foreign enemies. And there's something of that feeling to these documents. Cortés always casts himself in the best possible light in these letters, but his years as a notary and treasurer's clerk had also made him well versed in Spanish law. This meant that all of his accounts cast him in the best possible legal light too, usually taking pains to show that he had done everything exactly according to the law. For this reason, his letters have to be read very carefully, and with an acknowledgement that their relationship to the truth is often quite strained. On the Spanish side, we also have the memoirs of two of the soldiers who followed Cortés on his expedition, who wrote down their memories in the 1560s as they reached old age. One of them, Francisco de Aguilar, renounced earthly wealth and retired to a Dominican monastery, while the other, Bernal Diaz del Castillo, became a landholder in Guatemala. Both are similarly flattering accounts of the expedition's heroics, and are also confused by the more than 40 years that had passed since the events. On the Mexica side, we have no indigenous accounts from the years of the invasion, and none written before a full 20 years afterwards. But the Florentine Codex, compiled by that Spanish priest Sahagún, does include one remarkable account of those years. This is known as Book 12, and it compiles the memories of the Mexica people who survived. Like Bernal Diaz and de Aguilar, they are looking back from a distance of several decades. This means that many details are questionable, and things like the exact words of speeches given by Moctezuma and Cortés are likely not entirely reliable. But this Book 12 of the Florentine Codex is an incredible source for how the Mexica people remembered their experience of those years, and the fall of their civilization. The expedition of Juan de Grijalva in the previous year had caused quite a stir in the court of the Aztec king Moctezuma. Lookouts guarding the coast had sighted the tall ships of the Spanish off in the distance. These Mexica people would have seen the tall white sails emblazoned with Spanish crosses, and must have known that they were looking at something they had never seen before. The Mexica people are often portrayed as reacting with fear or disbelief at the sight of the Europeans. But we should be a little careful about these accounts. Europeans delighted in sharing stories of how the fearful Aztecs believed their ships to be floating mountains or cities moving about on the waves. People in Europe especially loved stories of how the Aztecs believed the Europeans to be a kind of god. And the soldier Bernal Diaz, writing 40 years later, embellished his stories with the idea that the Aztecs believed Cortés to be the return of the god Quetzalcoatl. Over time, these stories became more and more specific, adding in details like the fact that Quetzalcoatl was supposed to have pale skin. But honestly, there's no evidence that the Mexica ever thought that the Europeans were gods, and these stories are likely later inventions. If the Mexica ever did believe something of this sort, they quickly dispensed with the idea. They must have been astonished at the first sight of Spanish ships, and with their armor, their guns, and their horses, but they quickly assessed the reality of the situation, that these were men from a different place, whose ships were larger and whose weapons were more powerful than their own. And as their contact with the Europeans went on, it's clear that they began to see them not as a kind of god, but as a kind of devil. At the sight of those tall white sails off the coast, the Mexica watchmen immediately paddled out on their canoes to investigate. They made a traditional sign of respect as they reached the Spanish ships, mimicking kissing the ground, and the Spanish called out to them, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
Then
they embarked, launched off, and went out on the water. The waterfolk paddled for them. When they approached the Spaniards, they made the earth-eating gesture at the prow of the boat. The Spaniards called to them, saying to them, "Who are you? Where have you come from? Where is your homeland?" Immediately they said, "It is from Mexico that we have come." They answered them back, "If you are really Mexica, what is the name of the ruler of Mexico?" They told them, "O our lords, Moctezuma is his name.
Kim on ilwike, totequillo wanne, kamotecosoma itoka."
The Mexica brought with them a collection of fine textiles as gifts, which they gave to the Spanish sailors. In return, the Spanish gave them some beaded jewelry, which the Mexica received politely, but would not have been particularly impressed by. The Spanish then left them, with a promise that they would soon return.
In iskitlamantli in kim on makake.
For all these things that they gave them, the Spaniards gave them things in return. They gave them green and yellow strings of beads, which one might imagine to be amber. And when they had taken them and looked at them, greatly did they marvel. And the Spaniards took leave of them, saying to them, "Go off, while we go to Spain. We will not be long in getting to Mexico."
Amo tiwekawaske, tiasitiwi in Mexico.
This small group of Mexica watchmen returned to the shore, obviously a little shaken by their encounter. They agreed that they would travel back to the capital of Tenochtitlan and report what they had seen. When they got there, the king himself called them into his presence. King Moctezuma would have made an imposing sight even to the Aztec nobility, and to these commoners he must have been terrifying. Many years later, in the 1560s, the Spanish friar Diego Duran interviewed an old Mexica man who had worked in the palace for most of his life. Duran asked him what the Emperor Moctezuma had looked like, and the man replied that he didn't know. In all his years there, he had never dared to look. These lowly watchmen would have come before the emperor barefoot, and would have bowed their heads when they spoke to him. Meeting his eyes would have been strictly forbidden. They gave the king the beads that the Spanish had given them, and then, as clearly as they could, they told the king what they had seen.
Aoniman ye ik kin nonotza, totequilloe, notelpotzine.
Then they spoke to him, "O our lord, O master, destroy us if you will, but here is what we have seen and done at the place where your subordinates stand guard for you beside the ocean. For we went to see our lords out on the water. We gave them all your cloaks, and here are the fine things belonging to them that they gave us. They said, 'If you have really come from Mexico, here is what you are to give to the ruler Moctezuma, whereby he will recognize us.' They told him everything the Spaniards had told them out on the water. Moctezuma
was clearly troubled by this news. Strange rumors had been spreading across the region for several years now, whispers about terrifying things that had happened to the populations of Hispaniola and Cuba, which lay right at the edge of the Aztec world. In 1519, a canoe of native Jamaicans had landed in Moctezuma's lands, apparently refugees from some terrible destruction taking place there. A strange chest had even washed up on the shores of the Gulf of Mexico and was brought to Tenochtitlan for inspection. It contained several suits of bizarre clothes, the likes of which the Mexica had never seen before, as well as a number of jewels and a sword made of a hard grey metal. All of this troubled Moctezuma. He was a cautious and pragmatic ruler, and his first instinct was always to seek out more information before acting. He told the men to tell no one of what they had seen. He ordered them to return to the coast and establish a permanent watch, in case the strangers in their large ships returned.
Thereupon, Moctezuma gave instructions to the man from Cuetlaxtlan and the rest, telling them, "Give orders that watch be kept everywhere along the coast, at the places called Nahuatlan, Tozatlan, and Mictlanquatla, wherever they will come to land. Then the stewards left and gave orders for watch to be kept.
After that, Moctezuma summoned all his lords and showed them the beads he had been given. They all gathered round, and we can imagine the murmurs of concern passing around the group as all of them wondered what it could mean. The days passed, and nothing more happened. The Aztec New Year soon came round, with all its celebration and ceremony, and as the year wore on, Moctezuma may have almost forgotten about the strange encounter that happened on the eastern coast. One of his favourite palace women bore him a new son. He watched performances of jugglers and dancing dwarves, both of which he loved. He heard the poets from the city of Texcoco come to his palace and read poetry about all the Aztecs' favourite subjects, the brevity of life, the valiant deaths of warriors, and the decaying of empires. Life in Tenochtitlan went on. But then, as the year drew to a close, another report came to him. More large ships had been sighted on the horizon, and more of them this time. He immediately gave orders for a delegation to go and meet these strangers, and to find out what they wanted. After that, King Moctezuma must have slumped down on the ornate mat that served as his throne, and lost himself in troubled thoughts. Cortés and his 11 ships quickly made the short crossing from Cuba to Mexico and sailed for several weeks along the coast. The ships glided over the sapphire blue waters, past overgrown sandbars and white sand beaches. He couldn't have known it, but in the early weeks of the year 1519, he sailed over the exact spot where, 66 million years earlier, the Chicxulub asteroid had impacted the Earth. Sailing at an average rate of 4 knots, or about 7 kilometers an hour, it would have taken the ships nearly an entire 24 hours to cross the vast ring of its crater, invisible beneath the waves. The weeks of sailing along the Mexican coast dragged by without incident. And then one day a watchman shouted that there was a canoe paddling out to meet them. There was a man inside it dressed in the style of a Mayan peasant. But when he got closer, they were astonished to hear him shout out in Spanish, with tears in his voice.
"Gentlemen, are you Christians? Whose subjects are you?"
This was a Spanish man by the name of Jerónimo de Aguilar, who had been shipwrecked 8 years earlier when trying to sail for Cuba. He was captured by the Mayans, along with 12 other survivors. The Mayan people intended to sacrifice them all, he said, but he and another man named Guerrero had managed to escape. The two of them were soon captured by another Mayan king, who kept them as slaves. His companion Guerrero quickly grew to enjoy life with the Maya, and actually seemed to prefer it to his life back in Spain. He married a rich Mayan woman and had children with her, and the Mayan king quickly took him on as a war chief. Guerrero even got tattoos in the style of a Mayan warrior. But Aguilar hated his life there. He missed Spain, and he kept his sanity by counting the nearly 3,000 days that had gone by, trying to keep track of which day of the week it was. He was always waiting for his chance to get away, and when he heard news that ships were sailing past, he slipped away and ran to the coast. One of the first things he did when he met the Spanish was to ask what day of the week it was. He discovered that in 8 years he had miscounted by only 3. He thought it was Wednesday, when in fact it was Sunday. While living with the Maya, Aguilar had learned some of their language, and Cortés immediately saw how useful he could be as a translator. He enlisted him for the voyage, promising to take him back to Cuba when the mission was done. Soon, Cortés and his men needed to stock up on their water supply, and so they stopped off at a large Mayan town named Pontochan, which sat at the mouth of a river, today known as the Rio Grijalva, after the expedition that had come before Cortés. The locals had perhaps heard worrying rumors about the foreigners sneaking around their shores in their large ships, and they made an attempt to drive the Spanish away by force. What followed was a brief but bloody clash, Cortés's first battle in Mexico. Although there were some experienced fighters among his troop, Cortés's men, for the most part, were not professional soldiers, and neither were they particularly well trained. But they were at least capable of following orders, and they held their nerve in this first encounter. This was Cortés's first chance to try out his cannons and guns, and they had the desired effect. The Mayans soon panicked and fled. 400 of them were killed, and the Mayan chief surrendered. He handed over large amounts of gold, and he also gave Cortés a gift of 20 enslaved women, who would follow his group for much of their journey. Among them, by a stroke of chance, was a woman that the shipwrecked sailor Geronimo de Aguilar had encountered during his time as a slave. Her name was Malintzin, and she would be arguably one of the most crucial factors in the fall of the entire Aztec civilization. Malintzin is one of the most enigmatic characters in this story. She was born sometime around the year 1500, somewhere in the region where the Aztec Empire met the Mayan heartlands. When she was young, her father died and her mother remarried, meaning that Malintzin became something of a surplus child. She was sold into slavery to a group of Mayan slavers, and some sources suggest that her family even faked her death to avoid the stigma that might come with selling one of your children. The life of a slave, and especially as a woman, could be a horrific existence. When the Mayans and the Mexica went to war, Malintzin was exchanged as part of the spoils, and went from owner to owner over the years. This meant she picked up all the languages of the region, among them Mayan and the Mexica language of Nahuatl. When she was finally given to Cortés and his men as a tribute by the chief of Potonchan, she was a veritable dictionary of Central American languages. Cortés recognized her usefulness immediately. In his group, he now had Malintzin, who spoke Nahuatl and Mayan, and Aguilar, who spoke Mayan and Spanish. This meant that the three of them were able to relay messages between them from virtually any language in the region. Malintzin is a complicated character. We can never really know her motivations, or to what extent she freely chose to help Cortés's expedition. But Cortés later said that it's possible that without her, none of his plans could have succeeded. And she did seem to help him with an enthusiasm that went beyond the services of a slave. Perhaps it's not hard to see why. Until now, her life had been an endless chain of indignities and abuses. But now, alongside Cortés, she commanded some degree of power and respect. She could now change her fortunes, but not only that. She could burn down the very society which had crushed her for so many years. and I think she would do so with a resolve that is only explained by a desire for vengeance. With his translators in tow, Cortes could now enter into the world of Aztec politics. He could make the Mexica understand his demands, and, perhaps most crucially, he could lie. The work of destroying the empire of the Aztecs could now truly begin. Cortes sailed further up the coast of Mexico and finally settled on a landing point to the north. He wasted no time in raiding a number of native villages for food and supplies, and stole any gold he came across. From the very start, Cortes knew that he was on a potentially illegal mission. He had defied the orders of the governor of Cuba, Velázquez, and set out on his own. And he knew that there were elements among his men still loyal to Velázquez. He must have known that a mutiny was one of the biggest dangers out there in the unknown, and so one of his first acts was to scuttle 10 of his ships, ensuring that no one would be able to sneak away and inform Velázquez of his whereabouts. But he did leave one ship afloat. This he sent back to Spain, carrying a letter to King Charles V, along with a chest containing the gold artifacts he had found. Cortes knew that if he could go over the governor's head and get the blessing of the King of Spain himself, then his expedition would be legitimate. But he would have to tread a narrow legal tightrope. To give himself some breathing room, Cortes immediately founded a new town on the bare sandbanks of Mexico's coast. He called it Veracruz, or the True Cross. It wasn't much of a town, likely a few tents and other temporary shelters, but Cortes furnished it with all the legal necessities, including a municipal council made up of several of his soldiers. In a legal sense, Cortes could now claim to be the governor of this town. As governor, he was empowered to act on behalf of the king, and, without any orders from His Majesty, he could now decide what needed to be done himself. Only a few days after the founding of Veracruz, a group of Mexica men, dressed in the finest feathers and embroidered cloaks, arrived and announced themselves as the messengers of Moctezuma. They brought gifts of gold and incense, as well as some food. Some other Mexica men also sat among the trees overlooking the beach. These were Moctezuma's finest court painters, sent with their brushes and paints to record everything they saw. Cortes met Moctezuma's delegation and listened to their words with interest. These words passed down the chain of translation to Malintzin in Nahuatl, who repeated them to Aguilar in Mayan, and then Aguilar translated them into Spanish. When Cortes spoke, his words went back the other way. It must have taken a long time to hold these conversations, and perhaps it's fitting that the first words out of Cortes's mouth in Mexico were to be a distortion of the truth. He explained that he was an ambassador sent by his king, who ruled the greater part of the world. Cortes even told some more bare-faced lies. He even claimed that some of his men were suffering from a disease of the heart, and that he had heard that the precious metal gold could be used as a treatment. He slyly asked whether King Moctezuma could help him and his sick men by giving them some gold. The ambassador from Tenochtitlan, apparently not sensing the danger, said that yes, Moctezuma had a lot more gold. Probably from that moment, the entire fate of the empire was sealed. Cortes decided then and there that he would march to Tenochtitlan and take the entire land for himself. In the palace of Moctezuma, the king's angry words were echoing down the halls. He had summoned his chief soothsayers and magicians, and was taking out his frustrations on them. After all, part of their job was to predict the future by all the means known to the Aztecs. By taking hallucinogenic mushrooms and gazing into obsidian mirrors, by casting grains of corn onto the pages of holy books, and with the mysterious tying and untying of knots. But all these methods had failed to predict the astonishing arrival of these bizarre foreigners. The priest Diego Duran later wrote down the words that people remember Moctezuma shouting at these magicians.
It is your position then to be deceivers, tricksters, to pretend to be men of science and forecast that which will take place in the future, deceiving everyone by saying that you know what will happen in the world, that you see what is within the hills, in the center of the earth, underneath the waters, in the caves and in the earth's clefts, in the springs and waterholes. But everything is a lie. It is all pretense.
Although he punished some of his soothsayers, Moctezuma's rage does seem to have eventually abated. He must have sat and pored over the images that his painters had brought back to him. The ships with their white sails, the men in their bizarre clothes, and perhaps most strangely, the creatures they had brought with them, whose backs they rode on, creatures that looked like some kind of deer with no horns. Perhaps most worryingly, the foreigners had also given his ambassadors a demonstration of their weapons, and the stories they brought back seemed almost unbelievable, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
Au in okikak in iu tlanonotske intitlanti senka mauti.
And when he heard what the messengers reported, he was greatly afraid and taken aback, and he was amazed at their food. It especially made him faint when he heard how the guns went off at the Spaniards' command, sounding like thunder, causing people actually to swoon, blocking the ears. And when it went off, something like a ball came out from inside, and fire went showering and spitting out, and the smoke that came from it had a very foul stench, striking one in the face. And if they shot at a hill, it seemed to crumble and come apart. And it turned a tree to dust. It seemed to make it vanish as though someone had conjured it away. Their war gear was all iron. They clothed their bodies in iron. They put iron on their heads. Their swords were iron. Their bows were iron. And their shields and lances were iron. And their deer that carried them were as tall as the roof.
Many historians have caricatured Moctezuma as a weak and indecisive king, but I don't think that's entirely fair. In the coming days, he decided on a number of practical approaches to the situation. First of all, he needed information. He sent out messengers to all the cities of Mexico and beyond, to all the rulers and libraries of the continent, asking if they knew anything about these strangers who had appeared so suddenly on their shores. The messengers would come back one by one and tell him that no one knew anything. Moctezuma also ordered spies to place themselves in every town and village between Tenochtitlan and the coast, and to report back immediately if the Spanish tried to move inland. He also sent his disgraced magicians to try and redeem themselves by putting curses and spells on the foreigners. But despite all these measures, it's clear that the uncertainty of what was going on did begin to take its toll on the Aztec king.
During this time, Moctezuma neither slept nor touched food. Whatever he did, he was distracted. It seemed as though he was ill at ease, frequently sighing. He tired and felt weak. He no longer found anything tasteful, enjoyable, or amusing.
When we compare what the Mexica and the Spanish knew about each other, it's easy to see why the Spanish advantage wasn't simply in guns, steel, and horses. To Moctezuma, the Spanish were a complete mystery. They didn't have a city that could be conquered, or wives and children that could be captured. They had no known weaknesses. He didn't know where they came from, why they were here, or what they wanted. And this made it very difficult for him to devise a strategy to deal with them. On the Spanish side, things were very different. In the days after landing in Mexico, Cortés had already sent letters home, sending for reinforcements and providing information about the lands he had arrived in. His letters were immediately printed and distributed around European cities, and he even sent back some artifacts that he stole from Aztec temples. These were exhibited in town halls around Europe little more than a year later. The German painter Albrecht Dürer saw some examples of Aztec art on display in the year 1520, and he later wrote about the inspiration he drew from them.
All the days of my life I have seen nothing that rejoiced my heart so much as these things, for I have seen among them wonderful works of art, and I marvelled at the subtle intellects of men in foreign parts.
In fact, in only a few days, the Spanish had already found out everything they needed to know to bring down the empire. Cortés knew that there was a king called Moctezuma, who ruled in a city called Tenochtitlan. He knew that he was the most powerful king in the region, who possessed a great deal of gold. And he knew something much more important, that this Moctezuma had enemies. These three pieces of information were all Cortés needed to devise a strategy that would deliver a series of hammer blows right at the heart of Mexica society, and bring the whole edifice of the Aztec Empire crashing down. The first of these hammer blows would land on a people we've encountered in this story before, the people of Tlaxcalan. For many years now, the Tlaxcalans had despised the Aztecs. As we've seen, the Aztecs blockaded and starved them. They forced them to participate in the flower wars, and killed their sons at the tops of their temples. Cortés knew that Moctezuma's army was vast, and that his 600 men alone wouldn't be enough. This meant he would need to find allies, and the moment he found out about the Tlaxcalans' hatred for the Mexica, he knew they were just the opportunity he needed. Cortés set out on the road to Tenochtitlan on the 8th of August, 1519. He knew that the road to the coast would be his lifeline for supplies and reinforcements, and so he left almost half of his company behind in the town of Veracruz. He departed with 300 men, marching in their full armor, even sleeping in it at night, fearful of surprise attacks. Cortés himself hardly slept, as he recounted in one of his letters.
I shall not sleep until I have seen Moctezuma and observed the quality of his land.
The journey from the coast to the Valley of Mexico was a distance of about 400 kilometers. The first stretch of the journey was flat, hot, and tropical, with dense forests dotted with Aztec plantations of maize. After that, the land rose sharply, and those great volcanoes began to soar on either side. Everywhere they went, villages gave them supplies of maize and gold, even some more slaves, who they used to haul their guns.
I burnt more than 10 villages, in one of which there were more than 3,000 houses, where the inhabitants fought with us, although there was no one there to help them. As we were carrying the cross, and were fighting for our faith. God gave us such a victory that we killed many of them without ourselves receiving any hurt.
When they reached the highlands, they would have passed through a cold, bleak salt flat before the tall mountain range that walled the Valley of Mexico came into view on the horizon. In that harsh landscape, water became scarce, and they soon ran out of food. But finally, they arrived at the lands of the Tlaxcalans. Cortés seems to have expected this to be easy. He thought he would only have to explain that he was here to topple Moctezuma, and the Tlaxcalans would welcome him with open arms. But years of fighting the Mexica had made the Tlaxcalans a little paranoid. In fact, when they saw the small band of Spaniards marching towards them, they sounded the alarm, believing this to be a raid by Moctezuma. They called up all their fighting men and marched out in full force to defend their lands. The Tlaxcalan warriors had their faces painted in black and white, and their war cries would have echoed out over the mountainous slopes. The Tlaxcalans surrounded the Spanish and fell on their lines in wave after wave. They came very close to overwhelming them, but the glass blades of their macahuitls shattered against the steel armor of the Europeans. The Spanish steel swords cut through their own padded armor easily, while crossbow bolts and gunshots tore through their closely packed ranks and spread terror, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
I saw our company in such confusion that despite the shouts of Cortés and the other captains, they could not hold together. The Indians were charging us in such numbers that only by a miracle of swordplay were we able to drive them back and reform our ranks. One thing alone saved our lives. The enemy was so massed and so numerous that every shot wrought havoc among them.
The horsemen of the Spanish also managed to inflict a huge amount of damage, repeatedly swinging and charging into their ranks with their lances, and spreading terror, as the Aztec source, the Florentine Codex, recounts.
Topil, iwan in Teteposmaquao, in Kespa.
The horses, the deer, neighed. There was much neighing, and they would sweat a great deal. Water seemed to fall from them, and their flecks of foam splattered on the ground like soapsuds splatting. As they went, they made a beating, throbbing, and hoof-pounding, like throwing stones. Their hooves made holes. They dug holes in the ground wherever they placed them.
The Tlaxcalans even managed to bring down 2 of the Spanish horses during this battle, and Bernal Diaz claims that they even hacked off one of the horses' heads with their glass-edged swords. But eventually, they realized it was hopeless. The resolve of their fighters dissolved, and they retreated. Cortés and his men had won the battle, but he was still extremely demoralized by what had happened. He thought the Tlaxcalans would welcome him with open arms, but instead they had put up an enormous resistance. Many of his men were injured, and a few even killed. And if the Tlaxcalans were able to put up such a fight, how would they ever overcome the much more powerful Mexica? That night they camped beside a stream, still short on food. They abducted some baby dogs from a nearby village and roasted them over a fire. Cortés worried that the sight of the 2 dead horses would embolden the Mexicans, and so he ordered them to be buried. But he was still determined to get the Tlaxcalans on side. As the new day dawned, he sent out messengers to meet them, but it was no use. The Spaniards retreated to the top of a nearby volcano called Tzompachtepetl, where a small Mexica shrine had been built to the gods. They camped there, and over the next days fought off constant attacks by the Tlaxcalans, who refused all offers of peace. Cortez's plan seemed to be in tatters, and many of his men must have begun to wonder if they would ever make it off that mountaintop. But finally, after 3 days and nights of repelling attacks, the Tlaxcalans sent messengers to ask for peace, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
Making their sign of peace, which was to bow the head, they came straight to the hut where Cortez lived, begging his forgiveness for their hostile actions and for the war they fought against us. They said they had certainly believed us to be friends of Moctezuma and his Mexicans, who had been their mortal enemies from the very ancient times.
After this, luck finally began to turn in Cortez's favor. The events at Tlaxcala sent ripples through the Aztec world. Fewer than 300 Spanish soldiers had repelled the full force of one of the strongest armies in the region. Bernal Diaz recalls the effects this had on the Mexica.
Our fame spread throughout the surrounding country and reached the ears of the great Moctezuma. Terror spread throughout the whole land. Now Moctezuma, the great and powerful prince of Mexico, in dread that we might come to his city, sent 5 chieftains of the highest rank to our camp in Tlaxcala to bid us welcome and congratulate us on our great victory.
These chieftains praised the Spanish for their fighting skill. These messengers obviously sensed the danger of the situation and told Cortez never to trust the Tlaxcalans. These messengers told Cortez that Moctezuma would love to welcome him to his capital of Tenochtitlan, but unfortunately, it was better if he didn't come. The roads are bad, they said, and supplies of food in Tenochtitlan had been very low recently. Moctezuma was only thinking of the Spanish and their comfort, and he didn't want them to suffer. Cortez listened to this speech, translated for him by Malintzin, and he thanked Moctezuma for his thoughtful words. But he said he didn't have a choice. His king had ordered him to go to Tenochtitlan, and so go he must. Cortez would later tell one of his soldiers that he was delighted by this conversation. He'd learned that the Aztec lands were exactly as divided as he'd hoped. Cortez quoted a line from the Gospel of Mark 3:24.
When I saw the discord and animosity between these two peoples, I was pleased, for it seemed to further my purpose considerably. I remembered the word of the Gospels, "A kingdom divided cannot stand."
Cortez and his men were soon welcomed into the city of Tlaxcala, where they stayed a few weeks, resting after their hard journey. Cortez wrote back to King Charles V that Tlaxcala was a beautiful city, larger than Granada.
The city is much larger than Granada, and very much stronger, with as good buildings and many more people, and very much better supplied with the produce of the land.
But Cortez had never actually been to Granada, and this was probably another example of his tendency to manipulate the truth. In fact, Tlaxcala was likely a poor place. It had been blockaded by the Mexica, and their economic isolation would have made their lives difficult. But Cortez knew that he had to gain the Tlaxcalans' trust. He ordered his men to be on their best behavior, not to take anything that wasn't offered to them, and he told them not to enter the temple district of the city for fear of offending their hosts. While they were there, the Tlaxcalans also showed them some of their most precious relics, as Bernal Diaz later recalls.
They said their ancestors had told them that very tall men and women with huge bones had once dwelt among them but had died off. And, to show us how big these giants had been, they brought us the leg bone of one, which was very thick and the height of an ordinary-sized man. And that was just a leg bone from the hip to the knee. I measured myself against it, and it was as tall as I am. We were all astonished by the sight of these bones and felt certain there must have been giants in that land.
These bones were likely the remains of the mammoths that had once roamed the Valley of Mexico, and which Neolithic peoples had hunted to extinction. And it's clear that the Tlaxcalans soon warmed to their guests, despite the thousands of their warriors that they had killed. Or at least they saw in the Spanish an opportunity to change their fortune. They soon came up with a suggestion. They told Cortés that there was a great ally of Moctezuma nearby in the city of Cholula, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
They
said to them, "The Cholulans are very evil. They are our enemies. They are as strong as the Mexica, and they are the Mexica's friends." When the Spaniards heard this, they went to Cholula. The Tlaxcalans went with them, outfitted for war.
In reality, the Cholulans weren't such close allies of the Mexica, and it's likely the Tlaxcalans were lying to the Spanish, hoping that they would help them get rid of another annoying rival.
Now before this, there had been friction between the Tlaxcalans and the Cholulans. They viewed each other with anger, fury, hate and disgust. They could come together on nothing. Because of this, they put the Spaniards up to killing them treacherously.
It's moments like this that really undermine the idea that the Aztecs thought that the Spaniards were gods. If you had a god in your presence, you probably wouldn't try to trick them like this. But, alarmed at the thought of the Cholulan threat, Cortés agreed. He and his men marched to Cholula, a wealthy city that once held the world's largest pyramid by volume. It was a glorious place, with many tall towers. When the Spanish arrived, the Cholulans met them peacefully. But straight away, Cortés unleashed a tidal wave of violence.
When
they had all come together, the Spaniards and their friends blocked the entrances, all of the places where one entered. Thereupon, people were stabbed, struck and killed. No such thing was in the minds of the Cholulans. They did not meet the Spaniards with weapons of war.
The massacre at Cholula went on for 2 days. The whole city burned, and the Spaniards destroyed a temple to the god Quetzalcoatl, the flying feathered serpent that was the primary god of Cholula. If any Mexica had ever wondered whether Cortés was the return of Quetzalcoatl, it's likely this act would have put a stop to that speculation. The priests of the city threw themselves from the high towers of their temples to escape the flames. Cortés later came up with a justification for this act. In his letters, he claims that he uncovered a plot hatched by the Cholulans to murder him and his men, and that's why he unleashed his murderous rage on the city. But it's not clear whether this was actually the case. It seems more likely that this was simply an act of terror to instill fear in the heart of Moctezuma. The city of Tenochtitlan lay only 80 kilometers away, just behind that wall of soaring volcanoes. Cortés's final destination was drawing near. When Moctezuma heard of the sacking of the powerful city of Cholula and the destruction of the temple to Quetzalcoatl, he was inconsolable, as the Florentine Codex remembers.
And when the messengers got there, they told Moctezuma what had happened and what they had seen. When Moctezuma heard it, he just hung his head and sat there, not saying a word. He sat like someone on the verge of death. For a long time it was as though he had lost awareness. He answered them only by saying to them, "What can be done, O men of unique valor? We have come to the end. We are resigned. Should we climb up the mountains? But should we run away? We are Mexica. Will the Mexica state flourish in exile? Look at the sad conditions of the poor old men and women, and the little children who know nothing yet. Where would they be taken? What answer is there? What can be done? Whatever can be done."
Messengers were now flowing into his palace in a steady stream, some arriving just as others were leaving. Moctezuma had a spy in every village, and since the Spanish gave the same religious sermon at every place they stopped, he eventually told his spies to stop repeating the same speech back to him. He'd heard it enough times already. With each report, the Spaniards were drawing closer. Marching behind them came thousands of native warriors of the Tlaxcalans, as well as other assorted people such as the Otomi.
Niman ye ishkichin awa tepewa, intlatepotzcatl, intlaxcaltecatl, tliliuki.
Then all those from the various cities on the other side of the mountains, the Tlaxcalans, the people of Telilhuicatepec, of Huexotzinco, came following behind. They came outfitted for war, with their cotton upper armor, shields and bows, their quivers full and packed with feathered arrows, some barbed, some blunted, some with obsidian points. They went crouching, hitting their mouths with their hands and yelling, singing in Toquilan style, whistling, shaking their heads.
Moctezuma's messengers soon reported that the Spanish had reached the gates of the mountain passes and were preparing to cross over into the valley. They said that the Captain Cortés was looking for Moctezuma. The king must have been terrified. He decided to send one of his servants, dressed up in royal clothes and bearing as much gold as he could put together. He hoped that if he gave the Spanish what they wanted, a meeting with Moctezuma and the gold they seemed to crave, then they might finally leave him alone. The messenger went out and met Cortés in the high mountain passes, forested with pine trees.
Iwan istak tepetl, onkan inquautechkak, kimon makake.
They gave the Spaniards golden banners, banners of precious feathers, and golden necklaces. And when they had given the things to them, they seemed to smile, to rejoice and be very happy. Like monkeys, they grabbed the gold. It was as though their hearts were put to rest, brightened, freshened. For gold was what they greatly thirsted for. They were gluttonous for it, starved for it, piggishly wanting it. They came lifting up the golden banners, waving them from side to side, showing them to each other. They seemed to babble. What they said to each other was in a babbling tongue.
The messenger dressed as the king introduced himself as Moctezuma, and he asked the Spanish what they wanted in the lands of the Mexica. But Cortés was not fooled. His Tlaxcalan allies knew what Moctezuma looked like, and they tipped him off to the deception.
Then
they told him, "Go on with you. Why do you lie to us? What do you take us for? You can't lie to us, you can't fool us, turn our heads, flatter us, make faces at us, trick us, confuse our vision, distort things for us, blind us, dazzle us, throw mud in our eyes, put muddy hands on our faces. It is not you. Moctezuma exists. He will not be able to hide from us. He will not be able to find refuge."
The Spanish marched on through the mountain passes, with the volcanoes towering on either side, and their thousands of native allies following behind. The atmosphere among the Tlaxcalans must have been electric. How many of them had ever dreamed that they would one day march into the lands of the Mexica and bring vengeance on their most hated enemies? At the news that his disguised servant had failed, Moctezuma fell into despair. News of the Spanish advance had now spread throughout the land. People fled, and whole towns and villages were deserted.
And
at this time, there was silence here in Mexico. No one went out anymore. Mothers no longer let their children go out. The roads were as if swept clean, wide open, as if at dawn, with no one crossing. People assembled in the houses and did nothing but grieve.
Moctezuma even ordered the roads to be blocked, but the Spanish easily overcame these obstacles, and panic began to descend in Moctezuma's court. The magicians that Moctezuma had sent to slow down the Spanish also returned, and they reported that their spells had had no effect. Even worse, some of them had experienced visions in which they saw the whole of the Aztec Empire, all its temples and palaces, all its houses and towers, going up in flames. It was probably the last news that Moctezuma wanted to hear. We can imagine what Cortés and his men saw when they first crossed those mountains, and the wide expanse of the Valley of Mexico stretched out before them. It was the same sight that the Mexica people would have seen 200 years before, when they first arrived in the valley from the other direction. About 15 kilometers away, the wide blue waters of Lake Texcoco would have stretched out, with the white clutter of dozens of cities ringing its bank. The grasslands striated with fields of corn, beans, chili peppers, and cotton, smoke rising from the villages and cities, and in the water of the lake, the glittering white jewel of Tenochtitlan sat. The closer the Spaniards marched, the more awe-inspiring the city looked. They were amazed at the sight, as the soldier Francisco de Aguilar later wrote.
Its castellated fortresses, its splendid monuments, royal dwelling places, glorious heights. How marvellous it is to gaze on them, all stuccoed, carved and crowned with different kinds of decoration, painted with animals, covered with stone figures.
As they approached the great causeway of the city, they must have done so with an enormous sense of trepidation. But there, out in the middle of the bridge, they saw a figure standing in a crown of green quetzal feathers, surrounded on either side by warriors wearing jaguar skins and eagle feathers. The Emperor Moctezuma had finally come out to meet them. Moctezuma had watched the approach of the Spanish with horror, and to him they must have made an impressive and fearsome sight, as the Florentine Codex recounts.
Niman owalpeuke inye ikwitse Mexico, ololiu tiwitse, tepeu tiwitse.
The Spaniards set off on their way to Mexico, coming gathered and bunched, raising dust. Their iron lances and halberds seemed to sparkle, and their iron swords were curved like a stream of water. Their armour and iron helmets seemed to make a clattering sound. Some of them came wearing iron all over, turned into iron beings, gleaming so that they aroused great fear, and were generally seen with fear and dread. Their dogs came in front, coming ahead of them, keeping to the front, panting with their spittle hanging down.
Tenochtitlan was guarded by a huge army of soldiers. Every man in the city had been trained for war since childhood, and the entire vast army of the empire was based here. It's quite possible that they could have surrounded the Spanish and overwhelmed them, as the Tlaxcalans nearly had. But Moctezuma was paralyzed by fear. Stories of the defeat of Tlaxcala and the sacking of Cholula would have resounded in his head, and he knew that if he tried to defeat the Spanish here and failed, in full view of every citizen, then his rule would be over. Even a costly victory would have been unacceptable. He decided to go out and meet this foreigner and see what he wanted. Moctezuma must have been filled with fear as he was carried in a litter down to the causeway of Tenochtitlan, accompanied with his warriors and wearing his finest clothes, resplendent with shimmering feathers. When he finally dismounted, he saw the Spaniards beginning to cross the causeway to meet him. We can only imagine what it would have been like to see these two men finally come face to face. Neither of them were much given to flowery words. The following exchange is all they said at first.
Are you not him? Are you not Moctezuma?
Yes, I am him.
Moctezuma extended his courtesy to the Spaniards, and they were shown into the city. They were given lodgings in a palace that had once belonged to a former king, and which Aguilar wrote about in high praise.
The palace was a wonder to behold. There were innumerable rooms inside, antechambers, splendid halls, mattresses of large cloaks, pillows of leather and tree fibre, good eiderdowns, and admirable white fur robes, as well as well-made wooden seats.
When the Spanish arrived in the palace, they began firing off their guns in celebration, and set off their cannons too. The sounds would have resounded around the city streets, and the ordinary Mexica hid in fear.
And when this had happened, then the various guns were fired. It seemed that everything became confused. People went this way and that, scattering and darting about. It was as though everyone's tongue were out. Everyone was preoccupied. Everyone had been taking mushrooms, as though who knows what had been shown to everyone. Fear reigned, as though everyone had swallowed his heart. It was still this way at night. Everyone was terrified, taken aback, thunderstruck, stunned.
As Cortés and his men went to sleep that night in the palace of the Aztec capital, lying on beds strewn with fragrant flowers, they would have heard the soft blowing of conch shells echoing from the temples at midnight. The beating of drums would have announced the arrival of the dawn. Cortés and his men spent the next few weeks in Tenochtitlan. They saw the sights of the great market of Tlatelolco, which Bernal Diaz remembers with astonishment.
Among us there were soldiers who had been in many parts of the world, in Constantinople and all of Italy and Rome. Never had they seen a square that compared so well, so orderly and wide, and so full of people as that one.
They also visited the towering temples of Tiopan, noting with distaste the blood running down their steps. And they lost no time in interrogating Moctezuma about the stores of gold he had. The Aztec king, increasingly feeling like he was losing control of the situation, gave up his treasury to the Spaniards. He gave them fine pieces of carved jade, but the Spanish weren't interested in those. They were interested in the ornately decorated pieces of gold jewelry, headbands and chest plates, statues and other works of incomparable art. The Spanish created a fire and melted it all down into gold bricks.
The gold on the shields and on all the devices was taken off. And when all the gold had been detached, right away they set on fire all the different precious things. They all burned. And the Spaniards made the gold into bricks, and they took as much of the green stone as it pleased them. As to the rest of the green stone, the Tlaxcalans just snatched it up, and the Spaniards went everywhere, scratching about in the hiding places, storehouses, places of storage all around. They took everything they saw that pleased them.
It's likely that Cortés had always planned what was about to happen. But in the first weeks after his arrival in Tenochtitlan, something happened that would give him the perfect excuse to speed up his plans. News arrived from the coast that 6 of his men back in the town of Veracruz had been killed in a quarrel with some local Mexica. Cortés likely knew that it had been an accident, but he saw his opportunity and decided to use this as an excuse to move against the Emperor Moctezuma. The meeting started like any other. Cortés entered the throne room with his soldiers, and Moctezuma offered them more jewels and other gifts. But Cortés turned them down. He told Moctezuma that he suspected him of plotting to attack his men on the coast. He ordered the king to go with the Spanish to their lodgings, and warned the king not to make any noise or cry out. The Aztec king realized immediately what was happening, and it must have sent a shiver down his spine. This was the thing he feared most, and he pleaded with the Spanish to reconsider.
My person is not such as can be made a prisoner of. Even if I would like it, my people would not suffer it.
But it was useless. Moctezuma spoke to his courtiers and told them that the great god Huitzilopochtli had told him that he should go and live with the Spanish for some time. We can imagine the blank looks of these powerful men as they heard these words.
Many chiefs came, and removing their garments they placed him under their arms, and walking barefoot they brought a simple litter, and weeping carried him in it in great silence. Thus we proceeded to my quarters with no disturbance in the city.
It would have been clear to everyone, even the common people in the street, that from this moment on, Moctezuma was emperor in name only. Cortés was now the true power in the Aztec Empire. That night, Cortés arrested 17 Mexica lords, who he accused of plotting the attacks on his men in Veracruz. He had them burned alive in the courtyard of the Great Temple, using piles of the Aztecs' wooden swords as kindling. Moctezuma was brought to watch, with chains on his feet, and it's said that the Mexica people watched these executions in complete silence. Moctezuma, for the most part, seems to have borne his imprisonment with dignity but resignation. He went about his usual business, watched jugglers and poets as usual, continued to bathe and meet with his lords. But everywhere he went, Spanish guards went with him. And then one day, in April 1520, a messenger managed to slip the Aztec king a secret note, painted on a piece of cloth. It showed 18 Spanish ships off the coast. To Moctezuma, the meaning was clear. Another group of Spaniards were arriving, and they were not the friends of Cortés. The governor of Cuba, Diego de Velázquez, had spent the last 6 months since Cortés's departure stewing in his bitterness. He had confiscated much of Cortés's property and land in Cuba, but this had done little to sate his appetite for revenge. And when he heard what Cortés had done, sending news of his conquests and chests full of gold directly back to the Spanish king, he must have exploded with rage. He immediately summoned one of his lieutenants, a man named Panfilo de Narvaez, and ordered him to set sail to Mexico with 900 men. His mission was to apprehend Cortés, put a stop to his illegal mission, and drag him back to Cuba in chains. Cortés knew nothing of this approaching danger, but for Moctezuma this must have been an enormous revelation. Up until then, Cortés had used the divisions in Aztec society to play the people of Mexico against one another and bring an empire to its knees. But now Moctezuma saw that the foreigners were just as divided as they were. And with that simple fact, he saw a chance to rid himself of the ruthless Cortés. Through whispered messages, Moctezuma was actually able to communicate with Narvaez as he sailed up the Mexican coast. Narvaez told Moctezuma that Cortés and his men had lied to him. They didn't have the support of the Spanish crown. In fact, they were little better than pirates. And Moctezuma sent messages back to Narvaez, pleading him to come quickly, telling him the best routes to Tenochtitlan, and even sending food and gold. But as time went on, Moctezuma grew terrified that Cortés would find out what was happening, and perhaps he hoped that the news would scare Cortés away. He went to the Spanish captain and showed him the painting of the ships. He urged him to leave Tenochtitlan while there was still time. Cortés must have exploded. There he was, at the heart of the empire he had set out to conquer, with everything going his way. And now the bitter old governor of Cuba was going to ruin everything. Cortés knew he would have to march the whole 400 kilometers back to the coast and face Narvaez. But he would have to leave enough of his men behind to continue to keep the Emperor Moctezuma as a prisoner. His force would be dangerously split, and all of his achievements seemed to be in danger, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
When Cortés heard about the ships and saw the painting on the cloth, he became very thoughtful, for he knew quite well that the fleet had been sent against him by the governor, Diego Velázquez.
Cortés set off at the beginning of May with 80 or so men, leaving just over 100 behind in Tenochtitlan. His men now marched in Aztec cotton armor, as it was lighter and easier to carry, and it was surprisingly effective at soaking up arrows. Cortés sent a messenger to the Tlaxcalans, asking them for 4,000 men to help him fight Narvaez. But considering their recent experience, the Tlaxcalans were not enthusiastic about fighting any more Spaniards. Instead, they sent Cortés 20 turkeys as a gift. Narvaez landed and marched up the Mexican coast, seeking to capture the town of Veracruz, where only 100 of Cortés's men still remained. They camped at a place called Cempoala. Camping at the top of one of the town's temples and waiting for Cortés's army to arrive. They were supremely confident of success. Narvaez outnumbered Cortés 3-1, and he expected his opponent to take much longer to cross the Mexican landscape. When one of his men told him that Cortés's army was only 5 kilometers away, he refused to believe it, and either way, he was sure that Cortés would wait until dawn to mount an attack. He may even have been expecting Cortés to surrender. But Cortés had been in Mexico for over a year at that point. He had learned how to fight in that landscape and how to turn the odds in his favor. That night, the rain came down in torrents. While Narvaez slept, Cortés and his men crept through the dark at midnight, the rain covering the sound of their movements. They climbed the pyramid stealthily and quickly dispatched the guards outside Narvaez's chamber, setting the temple on fire as they went. Narvaez sounded the alarm, his men rushing from their beds and putting on their armour.
We came with such stealth that when they observed us and sounded the alarm, I was already inside the courtyard of the camp. On the steps of the tower where Narvaez was quartered were some 19 guns, but we climbed those steps so quickly that they had time to fire only one gun.
They fought up and down the steps of the pyramid, swords clashing and flashing in the moonlight and the fires of the burning temple, the rain still pouring down. One of Cortez's pikemen jabbed at Narvaez and took out his right eye. With blood gushing down his face and neck, Narvaez surrendered and was put in chains. His soldiers were mercenaries who had been promised gold if they followed him and had no particular loyalty. They surrendered, and when Cortez promised them vast mountains of gold in Tenochtitlan, they agreed to join his company, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
Cortez promised to make them rich. He was so persuasive, in fact, that every one of them offered to come with us. But if they had known the Mexicans' strength, I believe not one of them would have volunteered.
Far from defeating Cortez, the governor of Cuba had actually delivered fresh reinforcements right to him. He was now more powerful than ever, and set his sights on returning to the city of Tenochtitlan. But without his knowledge, events in the city had taken a dark turn. While Cortez dealt with Narvaez on the coast, in Tenochtitlan he had left in charge a man named Pedro de Alvarado. Alvarado continued to control Moctezuma as the emperor went about his daily business, but his situation was precarious. He had only 100 or so men and some assorted Tlaxcalan allies, but they were ruling over a city with a population of well over 200,000. One event would soon test the resolve of the Spanish to its utmost. This was the festival of Toxcatl. The Toxcatl ceremony was once intended to bring rain to the lands of the Mexica, but like most festivals in Tenochtitlan, it had been taken over during the time of Tlacaelel by the warlike god Huitzilopochtli. It now involved the sacrifice of a young man, chosen from among the people for his good looks and charm. He had lived the whole of that year as the god Tezcatlipoca, being showered with every luxury. But now his day had come. He was dressed up like the gods, and his life was to be offered up to them in sacrifice. Moctezuma had asked Cortez for permission to carry out the festival before he left for the coast, and Cortez had given it, on condition that there would be no human sacrifice. But now Alvarado sensed growing signs of rebellion among the Mexica. With Cortez gone, they sensed weakness. They stopped providing the Spaniards with food, and one Mexica girl who had been doing their laundry was found murdered, presumably as a warning to the other Mexica not to work with the foreigners. Alvarado even heard rumors that the Mexica were preparing to scale the walls of the palace and rescue the captive Moctezuma, even tunneling through the walls to free him. No doubt the Spaniards' Tlaxcalan allies, who hated the Mexica, were happy to stoke these rumors. Trouble was brewing in Tenochtitlan, and on the third night of the festival of Toxcatl, it would all come to a head. The ceremony would have been vivid and full of colour and dancing. The Mexica sang sacred songs and dressed in feathered headdresses and bright embroidered clothes, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
When things were already going on, when the festivity was being observed and there was dancing and singing, with voices raised in song,
The singing was like the noise of waves breaking against the rocks.
But as the festival went on, it became increasingly clear that the Mexica were going to ignore the orders of Cortés and go ahead with the planned sacrifice. Alvarado was enraged at their disobedience and ordered his men to prepare to stop the ceremony. The Spaniards entered the sacred precinct dressed for war, while others in their bright armor guarded all the exits. It's not clear what drove Alvarado in these moments. Quite possibly, he and his men were drunk. But as the festival reached its climax and the drums and flutes crashed together, Alvarado let out a cold, clear command.
Let them die.
The Spanish fell upon all the gathered Mexica, and a slaughter began. The Mexica memories of this event, recorded in the Florentine Codex, are full of gruesome, specific details that read like the authentic memories of trauma.
Seki in totop chiman, iwan in tetepos makwao.
When this had been done, they went into the temple courtyard to kill people. Those whose assignment it was to do the killing just went on foot, each with his metal sword and his leather shield, some of them iron-studded. Then they surrounded those who were dancing, going among the cylindrical drums. They struck a drummer's arms, both of his hands were severed. Then they struck his neck, his head landed far away. Then they stabbed everyone with iron lances and struck them with the iron swords. They struck some in the belly and their entrails came spilling out. They split open the heads of some. They really cut their skulls to pieces. Their skulls were cut up into little bits. And some they hit on the shoulders. Their bodies broke open and ripped. Some they hacked on the calves, some on the thighs, some on their bellies. And if someone still tried to run, it was useless. You just dragged his intestines along. There was a stench as if of sulfur. Those who tried to escape could go nowhere.
The Spaniards began to loot and burn the temples of the city, lost in a frenzy of destruction. This act had turned the whole city against them, and the Mexica of Tenochtitlan realized that this was their chance to regain their freedom. The drums at the top of the great temples began to beat, and an Aztec priest is said to have cried out this bellowing declaration.
Mexica! Are we not going to war? Have courage!
Mexica commoners and soldiers alike grabbed their weapons and flooded the street. The Spanish were forced to retreat to the palace, where they locked themselves in with a number of their Tlaxcalan allies and the Emperor Moctezuma. The Mexica tried to burn down the palace doors. Fearing that they would break through, Alvarado put his dagger to Moctezuma's chest and ordered him to tell his people to stop. Moctezuma climbed onto the roof of the palace and raised his hands, calling out to his people.
Let the Mexica hear. We are not their match. Please, stop the fighting.
They only pelted him with stones, and the Spanish had to step in to guard him with their shields. It was clear that Moctezuma's authority over the Mexica had ended, and with it, the power the Spanish had over the city had gone too. Alvarado and his men settled down for a siege, trapped in the palace without food, fighting off constant attacks, and waiting for Cortés to return. It would take 23 days before Cortés once again arrived, back at the shores of Lake Texcoco, his forces now swelled by Narvaez's men. He now commanded about 1,000 Spaniards and many thousands more Tlaxcalan soldiers who had joined him on his return journey. The Tlaxcalans had heard about the setbacks in Tenochtitlan, but by this point they had gambled everything on Cortés. If the Spanish were defeated, they knew that the vengeance of Tenochtitlan would be fearsome, and so their fates and the fate of the Spaniards were now intertwined. But Cortés had other problems. He had told wonderful tales to his new recruits about a glittering golden city on the lake, where the markets held every luxury, and they would find plenty of food. But when he arrived back in Tenochtitlan, he found it a very different place. Bodies were hanging from the gates and towers, apparently Mexica, who had been killed for collaborating with the Spanish. The streets were deserted, and the great markets were closed. There were disgruntled murmurings among his new soldiers. Cortés found Alvarado and his men holed up in the palace, on the edge of starvation.
The garrison in the fortress received us with such joy. It seemed we had given back to them their lives, which they had deemed lost. And that day and night we passed in rejoicing.
These men were naturally delighted to see him, but the city was still in open revolt, and the crowds came out every day to batter on the palace doors and break through cracks in the walls. Cortés ordered Moctezuma to once again go out and speak to his people. The emperor at first refused, remembering what had happened the first time he tried this, but he had no choice. He went out onto the terrace of the palace, and the crowd stretched out beneath him. 17 years ago, a similar crowd had watched his coronation in glorious ceremony, but now their faces were set hard and unforgiving on their captive king. Instead of the cheers and raucous music that had once graced his coronation, sources say that the Mexica met the sight of their king with utter silence. Moctezuma called out over the stony crowd, repeating his earlier words, that they were no match for the Spanish, and that it would be better to surrender.
We are not their match. Let there be no more fighting.
One source, known as the Codex Ramirez, includes an Aztec warrior in the crowd shouting back to Moctezuma.
What is being said by this scoundrel Moctezuma, whore of the Spaniards? Does he think he can call to us, with his woman-like soul, to fight for the empire which he has abandoned out of fright? We do not want to obey him, because he is no longer our king.
Whether or not these words were actually said, this was certainly the spirit in which the king's words were received. It's not long before the first stones began to rain down on the helpless figure of the king. First one stone, then another, fell until the whole crowd was pelting him, and arrows began to fly too. Moctezuma was struck several times before the Spanish were able to rescue him and pull him back into the palace. Inside, he refused any treatment for his wounds. Moctezuma died on the morning of the 30th of June, 1520. The Spanish burned the body, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
Au in o itoke, in o ish I machoke, in kaye motekosomatsin.
They hastened to take Moctezuma up in their arms and brought him to the place called Capulco. Then they placed him on a pile of wood and set fire to it, ignited it. Then the fire crackled and roared with many tongues of flame like tassels rising up, and Moctezuma's body lay sizzling, and it let off a stench as it burned.
Cortés knew that they could not stay in the city. Without Moctezuma, he had no power over the Mexica people, and the people of Tenochtitlan were beginning to learn how to fight the Spanish, using the geography of the city to their advantage, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
If at times we were gaining a little ground, they would pretend to make a retreat in order to lure us into following them. We could not stand up to the rocks and stones which they hurled from the roofs in such numbers that many of our men were hurt or wounded.
Cortés hatched a plan to leave the city under cover of darkness. They would sneak through the streets while the Mexica slept and slip across the western causeway. But it wouldn't be easy. The city's series of interconnected islands were joined by drawbridges that the Mexica could raise at will, easily cutting off the Spanish and surrounding them. Cortés and his men packed all the gold they could carry into their bags and muffled the hooves of their horses so they would make no noise on the stone streets. Then they prepared to leave. It was midnight, and there was a mist hanging over the lake. Everything went to plan at first. They snuck out of the palace and through the dark streets of the silent city. But as they went, a woman by the docks spotted them and shouted out a warning.
Mexica, come quickly! Our enemies are leaving! Now that it's night, they are running away as fugitives.
The entire male population of Tenochtitlan burst out of their houses, taking up their spears and swords and jumping into their war canoes, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
The shouts and cries and whistles of the Mexicans rang out. Then, all of a sudden, we saw many bands of warriors descending on us, and the whole lake so thick with canoes that we could not defend ourselves.
On open ground, with their horses and cannons, the Spanish were unbeatable. But in the narrow streets, on the islands broken by bridges and canals, the Aztecs knew exactly how to fight. They massed around the Spanish in their canoes, pelting them with countless arrows, while warriors ran them down from the rear. The Mexica hatred of the Spanish was by this time so intense that they gave up their usual code of honor surrounding war. They no longer tried to capture the Europeans for sacrifice, and went straight in for the kill instead. One telling detail is that during this fight, the Mexica killed the Spaniards with a sharp blow to the back of their head, a punishment usually reserved for petty criminals. Chaos reigned. The bodies of dead Spaniards and Mexica began to choke up the canals, and it's said that the last of the Spanish were able to cross the waters by running across these bodies. Horses fell into the lake too, and legend has it that some of the Spanish, who weighted themselves down with gold, also fell into the lake and sank to the bottom. The Spanish lost virtually all of their gold as they fled. Panic spread throughout their ranks, and for perhaps the first time since landing in Mexico, fear overcame them. Their retreat became a rout.
Many had perished, along with their horses, and all the gold had been lost together with the jewels, clothing, all the artillery, and many other things besides. God alone knows how dangerous and how difficult it was, for each time I turned on the enemy, I came back full of arrows and bruised by stones.
A reasonable estimate for the number of Spanish killed on this night is around 600. Thousands of their Tlaxcalan allies were massacred. But just over 400 Spaniards, Cortés among them, did manage to fight their way across the causeway to safety. Cortés was devastated. It's said he sat beneath a tree and wept, but his determination only got stronger. I think there's a touch of madness to him at this point, and he resolved to retake the city of Tenochtitlan from what he called the Mexica Rebellion. We can tell what was on his mind because he asked after only one person that night. He checked that the expedition's chief shipbuilder was still alive. The men answered that yes, he had survived. Cortés replied with only these words:
Let's go then. We have everything we need.
The people of Tenochtitlan had delivered the most crushing defeat ever inflicted on European colonists in the New World. This event, known by the Spanish as the Noche Triste, or the Night of Sorrows, would remain that way for some time. The Mexica of Tenochtitlan gathered all the bodies of the hundreds of dead Spaniards and stripped them of their steel armour and swords. They took a number of crossbows too, although without training these were very difficult to use. They captured a number of guns, although these were of course useless without bullets and powder. And they took a Spanish cannon. Not knowing what to do with it, they wisely rolled it into the lake. The Mexica must have been overjoyed at their victory, but the damage done to their empire was already enormous. The emperor was dead, and multiple parts of the empire were now openly defying the authority of Tenochtitlan. The whole network of Aztec power was beginning to come apart. Cortés, by this point, was a man possessed. He retreated to his allies at Tlaxcala and spent the next 6 months readying himself to return to Tenochtitlan in full force. He gathered together an army of many thousands of native allies, perhaps as many as 100,000, and together with his remaining 100 cavalry, 900 Spanish infantry and 16 cannons, he marched back to the city that had expelled him just after Christmas in the year 1520.
I addressed the men and reminded them how, for no good reason, all the natives of Tenochtitlan had not only rebelled against your majesty, but had killed many men who were our friends and kinsmen, and had driven us from their land. I urged them to consider how much it would benefit the service of God and your majesty if we were to return and recover all of what had been lost.
Bernal Diaz recalls the tactical decision that Cortés made.
Remembering our great defeat and expulsion, we vowed that, God willing, we would now adopt a different method of fighting and blockade the city.
When the Spanish reached the lake, the shipbuilder who Cortés had asked for on the night of the Noche Triste began his work. He directed Cortés's men to cut down the pine trees that grew on the slopes of the volcanoes and build 12 ships of a kind known as brigantines. These were small, two-masted ships that used a combination of sails and oars, and as they neared completion, Cortés loaded them with cannons and musketeers. He blockaded all the main causeways leading to Tenochtitlan, just as the Tepanec forces of King Maxtla had tried to do nearly a century before. But with the help of his powerful warships, Cortés's siege was much more effective. This siege would last for 4 months, and over that time Cortés slowly choked the life out of Tenochtitlan. One factor that began to come into play around this time was the spread of smallpox among the Mexica people. This disease was brought from the Old World by the Europeans and caused much devastation among the population that had no inbuilt immunity, as the Florentine Codex records.
Before the Spaniards appeared to us, first an epidemic broke out, a sickness of pustules. It began in Tepehuitl. Large bumps spread on people. Some were entirely covered. They spread everywhere, on the face, the head, the chest. The disease brought great desolation. A great many died of it. They could no longer walk about, but lay in their dwellings and sleeping places, no longer able to move or stir.
After many weeks of the siege, Cortés finally gave the order to advance into the city across its 3 great causeways. The fighting was bitter and relentless, going street to street, fighting for each house and bridge at a time, with heavy losses on both sides. Bernal Diaz recalls the terrifying noise of these battles.
Mexican captains were yelling and shouting night and day, calling to the men in the canoes. Then there was the unceasing sound of their accursed drums and trumpets, and their melancholy drums in the shrines and on their temple towers. Both day and night the din was so great that we could hardly hear one another speak.
Around this time, the Mexica began to use sacrifice as a true weapon of terror. Whenever they managed to capture Spanish soldiers, they took them to the top of the temple to Huitzilopochtli, in full view of the Spanish armies fighting in the streets. There they tore out their hearts and dismembered them in full sight. This tactic had the effect of terrifying the Spanish troops, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
I feared that one day or another they would do the same to me. When I remembered their hideous deaths, I came to fear death more than ever in the past. Before I went into battle, a sort of horror and gloom would seize my heart.
The resilience and bravery of the Aztecs was incredible, and as a result, Cortés found himself resorting to extreme tactics. As his men advanced through the city, he ordered that every district they passed through should be demolished entirely, with the rubble being used to fill in the canals and waterways, so that the Aztec canoes could not maneuver. The Spanish army was a steamroller, slowly crushing the city of Tenochtitlan into dust. Cortés was frustrated and angry. He had wanted to hand the city of Tenochtitlan over to his king as a pristine jewel, but the battle was turning it into a blackened ruin. And while the Spanish adapted their tactics, the Mexica did too. They learned to make evasive maneuvers in their canoes and take cover from gunfire, as mentioned in the Florentine Codex.
But when the Mexica had been able to see and judge how the guns hit, or the iron bolts, they no longer went straight, but went back and forth, going from one side to the other, zigzagging. Also, when they saw that the big gun was about to go off, everyone hit the ground, spread out on the ground, crouched down, and the warriors quickly went in among the houses.
The Aztecs even managed to lure Cortés's large ships onto some submerged sandbanks, stranding them and allowing them to kill their commanders. In total, 5 of these ships would be lost over the whole course of the battle. At night, the city's defenders would sneak out and clear the rubble that the Spanish had put in the canals, undoing their work. But as the months of grinding battle wore on, famine and disease weakened the Mexica. They began to eat wood and leather, even bricks crushed into powder, as remembered in the Florentine Codex.
All
the common people suffered greatly. There was famine, many died of hunger. They no longer drank good pure water, but the water they drank was salty. Many people died of it, and because of it many got dysentery and died. Everything was eaten: lizards, swallows, maize straw, grass that grows on salt flats. And they chewed at wood, glue flowers, plaster, leather and deerskin, which they roasted, baked and toasted so that they could eat them. And they ground up medicinal herbs and adobe bricks. There has never been the like of such suffering. The siege was frightening, and great numbers died of hunger. And bit by bit they came pressing us back against the wall, herding us together.
When the Spanish reached the center of the city, they found the well that the Mexica had been drinking from and destroyed it, forcing them to drink the salty lake water instead.
So great was their suffering that it was beyond our understanding how they could endure it. In the streets we came across such piles of the dead that we were forced to walk upon them.
The Aztecs fought bravely and inflicted huge casualties on the Spanish, but the pattern was now set in stone. They had no new supplies, no new soldiers, and no relief. Meanwhile, a steady flow of supplies came to Cortés from the coast. Many times his men nearly ran out of gunpowder or food, only to have it resupplied the next day. And soon the Aztecs were hemmed in and were forced to make their last stand in the market of Tlatelolco. The Florentine Codex recalls that on that final day, as the Mexica prepared for their last stand, a light once again appeared in the sky over Mexico.
When night came, it rained and sprinkled off and on. It was very dark. When a fire appeared, it looked and appeared as if it was coming from the sky, like a whirlwind. It went spinning around and around, turning on itself. As it went, it seemed to explode into coals, some large, some small, some just like sparks. It spluttered, crackled, and snapped. It circled the walls at the water, heading towards Coyanacasko. There it went into the midst of the water and disappeared there. No one struck his hand against his mouth. No one uttered a sound.
In the great market that had once boomed with life, the Aztec forces were surrounded and utterly destroyed. The Mexica surrendered on the 13th of August, 1521. The king at this point was a man named Cuauhtemoc, and the sorrow that the Mexica felt at this moment is palpable in the Florentine Codex.
Then they took Cuauhtemoc in a boat. When they were about to take Cuauhtemoc, all the people wept, saying, "There goes the Lord Cuauhtemoc, going to give himself to the Spaniards."
And when the weapons were laid down and we collapsed, the year count was 3 house, and the day count was 1 serpent. And when Cuauhtemoc went to give himself up, they took him to Acachinanco. It was already dark.
The Aztec warriors marked their defeat with the singing of this bitter lament.
Broken spears lie in the roads. We have torn our hair in grief. The houses are roofless now, and their walls are reddened with blood. Worms are swarming in the streets and plazas, and the walls are splattered with gore. The water has turned red as if it were dyed. We have pounded our hands in despair against the adobe walls. For our inheritance, our city, is lost and dead. The shields of our warriors were its defense, but they could not save it.
The last Aztec emperor, Cuauhtemoc, was captured by the Spanish and tortured until he revealed the location of all the remaining gold in the city. There was hardly any left, since the Spanish had already taken most of it and lost it in the lake during their retreat the previous year. This caused a great deal of anger among Cortés's soldiers, who he had promised vast hoards of gold for their troubles, as Bernal Diaz remembers.
We captains and soldiers were all somewhat sad when we saw how little gold there was and how poor and mean our shares would be.
Cortés and his men stood victorious over the smoking ruins of Tenochtitlan. In the battle, the city had been all but destroyed. Humiliated at his failure to take the city intact, Cortés wanted to erase all trace of the white city that had once stood here in the lake, and the culture that had once lived here. And over the next years, Cortés would ensure that anything left standing after the siege was gradually demolished. He had its houses pulled down and its canals filled in. He even declared that any Mexica who tried to move back into the ruined city would be executed, and he set up a gallows in the main plaza for this purpose. In the years that followed, Cortés enslaved vast amounts of the surviving Mexica people, branding them with hot irons to show their status. He put them to work destroying their own city and building European-style buildings on their ruins, working thousands of them to death in dangerous conditions. He forced these workers to tear down the tall pyramids and temples of Tenochtitlan and build Catholic churches on their rubble. He tore down Moctezuma's palaces too, and built mansions for the Spaniards on their foundations. He even changed Tenochtitlan's name, renaming it Mexico, because it was an easier word for the Spanish to pronounce. The city expanded on a grid system like the cities of Europe, erasing the shape of the city that lay beneath. The Franciscan friar Toribio de Benavente Motolinia, who arrived in Mexico City 4 years later, witnessed this army of Mexica slaves pulling apart their once great city, and described the hellish scenes he saw as a plague on all mankind.
The seventh plague was the construction of the great city of Mexico, which during the early years used more people than in the construction of Jerusalem. The crowds of labourers were so numerous that one could hardly move in the streets and causeways, although they are very wide. Many died from being crushed by beams, or falling from high places, or in tearing down old buildings for new ones.
During the siege of Tenochtitlan, the Spanish had destroyed the Aztec dams that protected the city from flooding, and in its early years, Mexico City was therefore prone to destructive floods. In the 1600s, over a century after the fall of Tenochtitlan, Mexico City grew to fill the footprint of the old Aztec capital, and efforts began to drain the lake that surrounded the island city. It was hoped that by draining Lake Texcoco, fertile farmlands would be revealed underneath. But the lake bed was too salty to be any use, and only stagnant salt flats took its place. Still, Mexico City expanded across these salt flats at an enormous rate. Today, it's the largest city by population in North America, with over 20 million people living in its wider metropolitan area. The entire lake bed was paved over with cobbles and pavestones, which in modern times were covered in concrete and tarmac. The entire enormous expanse of Lake Texcoco has now quite simply ceased to exist. The Aztec Empire collapsed in its entirety with the fall of Tenochtitlan, and the Spanish did their best to eradicate the culture that it had fostered. Religious orders like the Franciscans, Jesuits, and Dominicans flooded into Mexico. They built large monasteries in Mexico City and converted the Mexica to their religion. Any Aztec books or codices discovered were burned in order to erase the people's memory of their own history. Today, only 16 books written by the pre-contact Aztecs have survived. But the Spanish did find uses for some of the existing social structure that the Aztecs left behind. The systems of control, where lords ruled over many peasants, were kept more or less intact, and converted into a system of colonial control that allowed the Spanish Empire to extract taxes and labor from the population. Diseases like smallpox would ultimately kill up to 95% of indigenous Mexicans, and the people's will to resist was severely reduced. Today, the Aztec language of Nahuatl is still spoken by nearly 2 million people, mostly based in rural communities in Mexico. Several Nahuatl words also live on in the English language. These include avocado, chili, tomato, coyote, and chocolate. And the names of Aztec gods also resurface in some surprising places. We opened the episode with the enormous flying pterodactyl Quetzalcoatlus, its wingspan larger than a fighter plane, soaring over the seas of the Cretaceous. When the enormous bones of this flying creature were first discovered in North America, paleologists saw no other option but to name it after the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent of legend, god of the winds, of the planet Venus, and the dawn. Diego Velázquez, the governor of Cuba and Cortez's nemesis, was dismissed as governor in 1521, when his abuse of indigenous labor became too much for the Spanish crown. But his dismissal didn't last long, and he was restored to office 2 years later, in 1523. He died 1 year later, at the age of 59. On his death, he had amassed enough wealth to be called the richest Spaniard in the Americas. He would never forgive Cortez. Panfilo de Narvaez, the captain who had been sent to arrest Cortez, was released from captivity after 2 years, and sent back to Spain missing one eye. After a short break, he returned to adventuring in the Americas several years later in 1527, and led an expedition to Florida. But this one met an even worse fate than his mission to Mexico. Hurricanes, shipwrecks, and disease meant that of the 600 men he set sail with, only 4 managed to make it home. Narvaez himself drowned somewhere off the coast of America. Malintzin, the slave girl that had accompanied Cortez on his conquest and acted as his translator, would go on to give birth to Cortez's son. She later married one of his soldiers, who she followed to Spain. She was warmly received there at the Spanish court and became a Spanish lady of high society, but she never spoke about the early years of her life. Hernán Cortés had landed in Mexico with only a few hundred soldiers, and in the space of 2 years had destroyed an empire. He would spend the rest of his life forever chasing the feeling of glory he had felt on the fall of Tenochtitlan, and his tragedy is that he would never find it. He alternated between a life of adventuring, extending the colonies of Spain and putting down native rebellions, and the settled life of a wealthy magnate, running silver mines in Mexico, but neither ever satisfied him. He returned to Spain a number of times, a celebrated conquistador, but his fame and popularity made him a dangerous person to those in power, and perhaps unsurprisingly, the Spanish nobility didn't trust him. In 1541, 20 years after his conquest, he went back to Spain and found that not a single member of the aristocracy would talk to him. On one occasion, he even tried to talk to the king by pushing his way through a crowd and jumping on board the royal carriage. The king didn't even recognize him and asked him who he thought he was. Cortés replied with anger.
I am a man who has given you more provinces than your ancestors left you cities.
But it was all to no avail. The glory and recognition he had hoped for would never be his. Cortés virtually bankrupted himself with his insatiable appetite for expeditions and adventures. And in 1541, he requested a loan from the Spanish crown to resolve his debts. He never received a reply. Cortés died in Seville 3 years later, on December 2nd, 1547, from a case of pleurisy, an inflammation of the tissue surrounding the chest. He died in pain and short of breath, clutching at the area around his heart. And I wonder if he thought back to those words he spoke to the messenger of Moctezuma that day on the beach of Veracruz, when he told him that he and his men had a disease of the heart, an insatiable desire for gold. When Cortés died, he was 62 years old, embittered and alone. Perhaps fitting for a man who had always been filled with a restless desire to move on to somewhere else. Cortés's bones were relocated 8 times in the following decades, first around Spain and then over the sea to Mexico. In the 19th century, the rising swell of Mexican nationalism and a strengthening indigenous Mexican identity meant that Cortés became a figure of hatred. He was no longer celebrated as a hero, but vilified as a monster. The marker on his tomb was hidden for fear it would be destroyed or vandalized. And finally, his bones were moved one last time, coming to rest in the church of Jesus Nazareno in Mexico City, next to the Pino Suarez subway station. This is about a 15-minute walk from the street where this episode opened, the street where the base of Tenochtitlan's great temple would be discovered. There's heavy traffic here and a bustling outdoor market with red awnings. A jacaranda bush with purple flowers bursts over the church wall, which is spattered with graffiti. The grave of Cortés is marked only by an orange plaque bearing only his name and the dates of his life. Today, he receives few visitors. I'd like to end this episode by reading out a piece of Mexica poetry written down in the Florentine Codex in the decades following the fall of the great island city of Tenochtitlan. This poem gives you just a taste of the sorrow felt by the Mexica people in that age. As you listen, imagine what it must have felt like to see the great city of Tenochtitlan crushed beneath the iron will of the Spanish war machine. Imagine how it must have felt to see the bustling market of Tlatelolco fall silent, to watch your people put in chains and forced to demolish the temples that their ancestors had built. Imagine what it would have been like to see your conquerors building mansions on the ruins of your city, watching them burn the books that contained your history, and seeing your entire way of life drain away, just like the waters of the lake you once called home, seeing the waves of concrete pave over the crumbling stones and ruined, haunted palaces of the past.
Like emeralds, we gather the lovely songs. Sad is my heart, I am a singer. I sorrow because flowers are not gathered. Songs are not gathered there where his home is. Only once shall they live upon the earth. Friends, let us still rejoice. Oh friends, be not sad. It is true the earth is nobody's possession. None shall remain upon it. Feathers of Quetzal are torn. Paintings, they are destroyed. Flowers, they wither. Everything goes to his home. Only a brief moment we wander, intoxicated, beside you, at your side, O giver of life. everything goes to his home. Even flowers, even songs. Ah, what shall my heart do? In vain we have come to abide for a while upon the earth. The earth is only a place of forgetfulness. In the end, only our songs, our flowers, will be remembered.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode: Jake Barrett Mills, Lou Millington, Ree Brignall, Annie Kelly, and Shem Jacobs. Extra special thanks go to Jan Garcia, a Nahuatl speaker from Mexico, who allowed us to hear the language of the Florentine Codex in all its original glory. Jan is part of a project called Wikitongues, which is dedicated to preserving some of the world's most endangered languages. Here, Jan will tell you a little bit about this project.
Biali everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Jan. I'm a contributor to this project called Wikitongues, basically a global network of grassroots linguists who are trying to build like a seed bank of every language in the world. Just like the Nahuatl language that you're listening to right now. For more, check out wikitongues.org. It's a non-profit organization and they survive on donations. So if you can't contribute anything, go to wikitongues.org/donate, or you can also check them out at Patreon on patreon.com/wikitongues.
Please support Wikitongues if you can. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper, and if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you help keep this podcast ad-free. You also let me dedicate more of my time to researching, writing, recording, and editing, to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. I add extra content on Patreon as a special gift to my subscribers, as well as a list for suggested reading for free. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading on to patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations _podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. That's Patreon. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.